work with that PI again. There's enough hurdles going. If I might, what I'd like to do is go back and not go through all the questions sequentially, but there seems to be a few themes. And I'll try to go through those as quickly as possible. One is there's a number of budgeting themes ranging from under budgeting to not spending at all. The point that came from over here somewhere about communicating with your funders is critical. They do not like surprises. It depends who the agency is. Again, using an example such as IDRC in Canada, they expect things to change. It is about an evolutionary process. You don't cast this work plan and stay on it because you have to stay on it, but you know it's going to evolve. And that agency is quite equipped to look at it. They're very equipped to look at it when you're talking about rearranging the budget, but not asking for more money. That's what you can do. The other part of it is, I would never express it as under budgeting. If you say that, but saying, oh, I made a mistake and I didn't do a very good job with my original budget estimate, I would talk about how the project evolved and why there's a new opportunity out there and how we can manage that. Or it might be more realistically, rather than completing these 8 items that we promised, we now have a better sense of things. And because of these unfortunate contingencies that were beyond my control, we can now deliver on 6 of those and find out if that's acceptable. That might require a formal amendment. A budget surplus. As I said earlier, funding agencies don't like to get money back. What I would suggest is find ways to, but funding agencies like it when you deliver more than what you promised. So if there's a way to use that within the contracting period to deliver a new deliverable, that's very helpful. The other part is to see if they have any contingencies for you to spend that money after the deadline. Often there isn't, and that's their window. The whole point of having the opportunity to ask questions and avoid future blunders, please make sure you're working with as an ECR, that you're working with your research trainer and with other agencies in your office or your institution. It really is an ounce of prevention versus a pound of cure. Thanks for the reminder, Laura, of course, about a PI, the responsibilities they take on in terms of research management. They can be as onerous as actually doing the research, and you need to build that into your area. The last thing I was just going to mention was on sustainability. So this is one of those places I think where my loose use of terms is going to get us into trouble. I apologize for that. I was talking about sustaining your program of research. And that is about something that continues over a period of many years and many projects. JB, I think, was speaking about sustainability and in terms of the UN sustainability goals, and that's embedded in it. Those are 2 very different things. If your agency wants you to address sustainability goals, do it. I'm not saying that you reinvent your project, but you in fact find ways to develop links explicitly between what you're doing and how that will support this other area. So I think this is a bit of a trap we have to worry about when we're using terms like this, especially in this very environment. Hopefully I've addressed, when I say address, I don't mean in the sense of rebutted, but I've captured and hopefully some of the key points of the feedback for A4. Can we now take 5 minutes to come up with the screen on that, to address the bigger questions? Okay. So one of the things that we promised you at the end of, we've now had four productive sessions tackling 4 specific questions. So just as I was talking earlier about research projects and programs of research, we're now I'm gonna ask not for feedback on any one of the modules. We've received amazing feedback. It's gonna be very helpful. I'm gonna ask you to stand back. So rather than sitting at the front of the room, I want everyone to move to the back of the room. Don't pretend you're doing that. And look at this in the biggest picture possible. Have Dave and I, with JB and Juliet, have we painted out a library of resources that would help you in terms of your research planning? Have we given the mentors sufficient information that they can go through and make informed decisions about which of these bits and pieces would be helpful for their ECRs at their institution? Are there things that we missed? Are there things that might be helpful, but we need to repackage them? And also from the ECRs, do you think we've done a good enough job of potentially equipping your mentors? Dave, do you want to say anything else to introduce it? Okay. So JB, we're going to need some excellent moderation on handling this, if you could do that. So thoughts about the whole picture?
The one excellent was almost knocking me off, but yeah, yes.
So here's a couple questions to try to guide the discussion, but we don't feel constrained by these. T is more important than putting your thinking cap on.
So then as the prof has explained, we have themes, and then from the themes we have the modules. Now the smaller modules, we have looked at them. Now what we look at is at the macro level. When you look at the entire theme, is it flowing? Does it help an early career? Are things mixed up? Should some content be more? Can we remove some of the modules? Are there those that we need to strengthen? That is the conversation we are having. And I like props very much. Especially in conversations. Yes, your thoughts, Prof.
Thank you. I think most of the issues have been addressed. Thank you very much. It's really been very helpful. Maybe one of the things to put emphasis on would be, because I was sitting here thinking when I was a fresh graduate, I wish I had something like this, which I didn't. And so maybe to the emphasis on the mentor and supervisors to talk about these issues a lot. I think many times we take it for granted and people have information, especially in our context here. You come from a culture where there is the academic sort of culture in your institutions, and people have all this information. Most people have been there and professors and gone through the ranks, and so they have most of this information on their fingertips. But in our context, maybe apart from Makerere, which has been there for a long time, many other universities don't have this sort of thing. And so maybe putting emphasis on this and encouraging young researchers also to be aware of these opportunities, so that the mentors and supervisors make from these things into their colleagues. Yeah, but I think most of the issues have to are there in the presentation.
Thank you very much. A couple points I think I would take away from this, if I might. One is, this is not a surgical strike one-time event. This is an ongoing process. So for the trainers, I think that it's excellent advice that, you know, you can think about, ways to mobilize your ECRs a few times a year and to remind them about these things. It's not just doing it once. The other one is that JB and Juliette and Norman have impressed upon me that I didn't realize. In Canada, it's quite common for senior that context is a reality here. I think that puts more pressure on the trainers, but I think it really emphasizes how important the trainer role is. So thank you.
At the PhD money research and as someone who is an early career researcher, I think it has been very important when you look at the flow of all the different things. Let's put at the beginning with the topics section and then going to the partnerships and then later now we look at the grants. I really believe that the flow was really good because we began with the introduction, what research is, how to actually choose striking research, and how one can contribute, and then later we come to how to actually apply. So I really think it's important because an issue in very many universities, my experience is that the, let's say, lecturer to student ratio is so large that most students will not have a mentor. They will not have someone who's going to have, let's say, one-on-one time with them. So when we give them this information, they'll be able to have more initiative and see the agency they possess in actually determining how their early career is going to kind of take shape. Because most of the time, if you look at the way universities are, it will be maybe the shining rising stars or those who a lecturer may have already both interest in will be the one who's going to be mentored. But very many budding and very many striking students who would potentially make great researchers will not have this one-on-one research training. So I believe that the modules, as somebody who is early in my career, this thing was organized really well. And if we are to literally remove the opening ceremony yesterday, we would not really have these issues. So I think that topics themselves were really structured well. It wasn't the topics that was this delegation. It was just giving room to the leadership of the university to speak and all. So that's what was the delay. But nothing should be removed from the way this has been done. Thank you. I think we're supposed to have dinner with the Deputy Vice Chancellor and the Director of Research. I will carry your message to them. I'll tribute to you too, it's okay. I'll say that all again. Yes, I'll tell them to that. More seriously though, it's interesting because going through this yesterday and the questions that we got, I thought there was a need for some restructuring, but we'll talk about that later. But Mary, you said something today that isn't anywhere in our in the modules that we've put together. And this is one on actually not the promotion of your career in terms of the career management that comes later on or something like that, but this is about promoting ECRs within your institution. And I think you're very right. Certainly the trend in North American universities is you get the shining star and you ride them. And it makes everybody else in the department look like second-class researchers. And I think that, I really question the merit. I understand why senior managers go down that road, but I think it's really, I think maybe we should be thinking about adding something into the curriculum, into the modules that say something about mentors, the trainers, promoting the careers, not just for the sake of promoting the careers, but promoting the institution.
Thank you. So how many more are we taking? 1, 2, 3.
Are we going to gather the questions first?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Okay, so the part, actually, I just wanted to share with colleagues that actually there is one report that's learning cycle, and it has around 6 your proposal, but sometimes some people say the third one where you have to sit at 3. And then there is also where you also identify the suitable funders apart from the other big ones, those ones who are suitable for your proposal. And then also when you're being awarded, you need to know how to manage the proposal. And then number 6 is disclosure of your grant or what we call submitting your reports. So you read up even when you go to Google and say the life cycle of the grant, there are those 6 and go ahead and we will be thank you very much. Second person. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to just appreciate the fact that yesterday we were working through with the literature review, how to review literature. But I wanted to inquire whether it's possible to add the aspect of methodology because as other career researchers as I think I struggle a lot in that area. It's also needed to be hinted on.
Thank you very much.
Mine is of the slope, and this is the NEMRA, because so far we are faced with this training. Look at the things well often videos. For those ones have downloaded, yeah, for the trainings. And then like my question I said, I'm not saying nothing about the way that but in Uganda we've had a program for supervisors. When I'm researching the same supervisor, it's assumed that it's supervisor must say the thing. But I think it's an opportunity to widen the scope. I don't know how the program is doing the work, bring on board more researchers be trained in mentor to mentor others. Because some people don't finish, some skills don't finish their course. Because of this, and challenge us to I didn't think about it. So it's quite a lot of production sometimes so kind of strong. So it's support now to different see how we
do the supervisors. One word from Mike, one word from Dave.
Okay, thank you. One of the things we tried hard to do is build this around a number of modules that are relatively independent, but they can be reorganized. And that is up to the mentors. And I guess last night when I couldn't sleep, I was thinking about it. And, you know, it seemed that yesterday some things were out of place. So for example, having the research partnerships is the second one, seemed to, miss it pretty important. I started off with saying, oh, assume you've got the grant. Well, maybe it shouldn't go there. And we also got a lot of questions about how do you build a partnership? Well, some of that's going to come out in module C. And so I don't know if it's up to us, but maybe somehow it would be appropriate to think about, and for the mentors, for the trainers, is how do you take this information, reconfigure it so it makes more sense? And maybe one way would be to do it around, something like the life cycle of a grant. So we could start off pre-call, and that would be all about issues of, building your network. Once you get the call, it would be about the grant application. Then it would be, how do you manage it? And then we might do something like partnership as a specific type. So some of the comments today have reinforced for me that we need to keep this structure that we have as flexible as we can, whether we restructure it or the mentors restructure it. I'm not quite sure what the right answer is, but we need to leave room for that.
Thank you. Yeah, so I agree with those comments. We are learning, it's a pilot, and we are discovering the importance of correcting sequencing these. And so some changes we can make as we do the refresh of the modules after the workshop is finished. But again, it's meant to be a library of resources for you to draw from
So as a trainer, you have the task of selecting which modules are relevant for what I'm trying to achieve and which sequencing makes sense. So to make that maximum flexibility for you, you're trying to design the modules to be independent so that they can be changed around. The other thing was the question here about methods. So, Mike has already said, we discovered yesterday that our initial sequence about grants was maybe not ideal, so we'll make some changes to that. But the fact that you're now asking about methods tells me that the sequence for today, we may have got right, because the methods is the topic for after tea and after lunch. So we're going directly to that topic.
Thank you, Dave and Mike. Early career without tea is TBI. So good people, our tea is served, and I'm going to say a very short prayer. Bismillah. 15 minutes, good people. Let's have our tea 15 minutes, and then we come back for the next session. Bon appetit.
Merci beaucoup.
I went for breakfast. What? Good. I mean,
theory that's in your literature and testing it. Either of those are good projects to do, especially for early career researchers. So I'll talk a little bit about why that's so. And there are some types of research projects that early career researchers should avoid. What the main thing to do here is to be able to make sure by the end of this module that we understand the theories that already exist, that you might like them, or you may have spotted some flaw in them. You should know what theories already exist, You may have your own ideas of how to extend those theories. You think you have a better explanation, or you think the previous researcher who created that theory has missed something in their logic is incorrect, or they have ignored some factor that you think is important. So those are possible ways of making a contribution. Important contribution, kind of contribution that will get published in good journals, will get cited, and will help you as a research career. Or you may be doing testing of existing theories. So those are the kinds of things we're going to look at in this module. So basically 3 points I want to, will be covered in this module, and we want to make sure that the students, the early career researchers get. And first one is this idea that theory exists in a cycle. Last time, yesterday, we talked about taking these series of steps. Do we know this? And then if we know that, then the next step is here, then the next step is here. There's always a next step in any theory. Whatever territory you have decided to stake out as yours, there is always a next step waiting to be taken. So you need to read the literature to find out where are we in this cycle so that you can take the logical next step. So we'll talk about that. Then either building models, that might be the next step that needs to be taken. Or if the model already exists, testing the models will be the next step to be taken. So the first thing then is this cycle. And we'll put all this up here. It's an ongoing process. We observe in the world, we look at some community, some context, and we observe that it seems to behave this way. We don't know why, but it's an interesting observation to say, when I look at these people dealing with this issue, I notice they do these things. That's a type of research. And you may decide as a researcher to specialize in that. I am doing exploratory descriptive research to notice what's happening. Then the next step is somebody, maybe you, maybe a different researcher, will try to imagine, why do those people do that? I see that these people in this situation always behave this way. Why? Is there any theory in the literature that it would predict this? To say, under these conditions and faced with this challenge, people will do these actions. If that theory doesn't exist, that could be your project. To try to imagine from your readings of existing theories from different disciplines that you will create the explanation. I'm thinking logically, I'm thinking inductive reasoning. I notice that these people always do these except under this condition. Why? Then you start to propose an argument. That might be your step, building a theory. When the theory's been built, the next step is to say, how would we test whether that theory is true or not? It was based on some observations, but those were limited observations. If we want to know if this theory is true, we should test with many other people. We should make predictions, have some hypotheses that under this condition, the theory says they should do this thing. And under this condition, the theory says they should do that thing. So we can make the next step to do that. Some researchers make that their career. I don't do exploratory research. I don't develop new theories. My specialty is to take an existing theory, a new one that is in the literature, and I test whether it's actually true or not. So I do empirical studies of collecting quantitative data to find out whether the hypotheses that the theory predicts, are they actually true or not? And then the theory is now established. And then somebody else comes along and says, yes, good theory. It seems to predict exactly how the world works, except not in that place. Or except not in those conditions. There'll be some special cases the theory doesn't cover. So then we start over again. Somebody will start to observe what happens in those special occasions. Somebody will start to build a theory to say, oh yes, those special occasions have a different institutional environment, different economic conditions. Those are new factors that should be added to the theory. And we go around the cycle again. So this cycle goes forever because we never have a final, perfect, proven to be true theory that covers every case. We only have the best theory of today. So there's always opportunities to go one more time around the cycle. So you get to choose where you would like to operate in that. What that means is we get different types of research projects that come out of this. Some people are doing research projects down at the bottom of the pyramid, where they are looking at the world and describing what happens, descriptive exploratory things. They are not trying to explain why it happens. They're just looking at a new corner of the world. Nobody has looked at what's going on over here. Let me go and see. And I will study it. I will take my observations. I will write them up. I will publish them. People will know that this happens. Another researcher will come along and try to build a theory to explain why that happens. That's a different skill set and usually a different researcher. And then somebody else will come along and say, oh, this theory is published in the literature now. Let me be the person who goes and tests, is it true? When is it true? Is it always true? So this is go and observe the world and notice things. Ethnographic studies, observational studies, getting into access to communities, qualitative data to notice what's happening. Here we have studies which are, I'm not looking at the world at all. It's already been done. What I'm going to do is create theory. I'm going to make a logical argument that A is causing B, except when C does this, factor X, boxes and arrows on the whiteboard. And another type of researcher whose career is built around, I am going to collect quantitative empirical data, surveys, and that, run statistical analysis to try to prove whether this guy's ideas were correct or not. Because here, anyone can invent theory. Theory building is easy. Just draw the boxes of the constructs, draw arrows between them. I think this one causes that one. Will anybody believe you? Depends on how good and how persuasive your logic is. If your logic is not good, no one will believe you. You think A causes B. What are you talking about? But if you have a good persuasive argument, oh, I saw all these cases, all this description. It sure looks like A is causing B. Or I read in the literature, this other literature that you don't know, but I do. It says A should cause B. I have a reason to say A causes B. That theory might get published. It has some justification, but we still don't know that it's true. So far, it's just his idea. He said it very persuasively. I like this idea, but until the third person comes and does the testing of the theory, we don't know whether to believe that this is now the true explanation of the world. So that means there are people going around, and you get to choose. People going around doing the exploratory descriptive research to see what is happening in the world. Then there are people trying to build theories to explain why it happens. So what constructs will be there and what causal relationships will be between them? I don't know, did you guys have this theory in Uganda? This is a Canadian theory. If it's a beautiful sunny day, if I now go to wash my car, that will cause it to rain. Yeah, same thing here. Nature is perverse. If you wash your car, it will rain. If you wait because rain is coming, I won't waste my time washing the car, rain will pass. Yeah, that's my theory. Based on observation. Yeah, ethnographic study. Anytime somebody gets a rag with soap, clouds come. Yeah. So you could have such theories. This example is silly on purpose because it shows that you can easily produce such a theory and people will go, oh yes, this is true. It is not true. But we won't know until we do the empirical quantitative testing of the theory. You must do all of the steps. Observe the world, propose a theory of relationships of cause, and then test it with real data and real statistics. And only then we can go on. Whoops, one too many. research question is one that's important, significant, well-formed, and easy to study. Same thing with theories. When somebody, so you're now my theorist, sorry, I chose you without your permission. If he produces a theory and says, oh, I think A causes B, he should have a reason for it. He should be able to defend why A causes B. So but that alone even is not enough. Does it matter? Just like with research questions, I could be interested in my butterfly. And if I'm a tenured professor and secure in my career, I could do all my research on the butterfly and nobody else in the world cares. That's okay. I like it. It's new knowledge. I discovered this butterfly. What did I have yesterday? The butterfly is carnivorous. That's new knowledge in the world. That's valid as a research, but it's not good for your career. So same thing here. If you decide place that I am good as an academic is not at doing the field study, and I'm not good at doing statistics and crunching numbers, but I am good about thinking like him. Theory relationships. A should cause B, and I can make an argument for why. If that's what I'm going to be a theorist. That's the type of research I will do. Just that you can say A should cause B is not enough. Yes, that's good. It's a real theory. You can have an argument for it, but it won't get published well. So you need to also have these kinds of tests of the quality of your theory building. Which then leads us into this idea of model building. So this is an important skill for early career researchers. Some of the material in this module will be things that if your audience are graduate students, then you should probably include and teach to them and lecture to them. Some of this, though, will be things if your audience are PhD students or postgrads, early career professors, they'll know this. Then you can skip this part. So that's part of customization. But one of the things then to teach them is the easiest way to talk about theory, if he thinks A causes B, is to do it in a diagram. A box with A, an arrow, a box with B. Like this is my theory. This is Dave's theory of student grades. What causes student grades? Two things. How smart is the student? How good is the teacher? So I might start with that as an initial example of a theory. That might already be in the literature, in which case some theory testing person can now go and get data to test it. Or maybe that's my brand new theory, and I'm going to make an argument for it. Why should it matter? Student intellect and instructor skill both cause good student grades. So that might be your contribution. You might make the argument for this new model, this new theory of student performance. I'm putting this one up because I'm about to add things to it. And the reason to add things to it is most of the time in a field, in your territory, there will already be theories. Yesterday, I talked of an example in entrepreneurship where there were two different theories. They are competing. We haven't decided which one is the good one yet. There will be an existing theory. And if you still want to be a theorist, if that's the kind of research you want to do, you can still make a contribution. So I'm going to add things to this model. This is a slide that, unless you have very junior graduate students, you could skip. This is just teaching them general jargon about models. We have a dependent variable, the thing that's being caused. Where did we go? We don't have it. Oh, thank you. You have the touch. Right. This is the box on the right side of the model. This is the box on the left side of the model. The arrow goes this way. Put this on in case you need to talk about that with graduate students. Maybe they don't, they're not familiar with the terminology, but in particular, that we have dependent variable being caused. We have independent variable doing the causing. We also have all the control variables, and that's a subject that early researchers sometimes get wrong. They either include too many extra control variables or they don't include enough. So it's worth sometimes spending time dealing with control variables and what you do about them. For instance, if I wash my car, that causes rain. Well, also global weather patterns cause rain? What is the barometric pressure? What is the humidity? There's a whole bunch of other things that cause rain. And if you don't control for those, the model will make predictions that are wrong. So it's important to include the right things. And the issue that comes up in early researchers is having the wrong control variables. You can get it wrong in two different ways. One is there's something important that you did not include in your model. So if I'm doing my model about washing car causing rain, the weather forecast is important. If I leave that out, what good is this model? So, and that means if you miss an important control variable, the journal editors will not accept your paper. The reviewers, and that's a topic for tomorrow when we talk about disseminating your results, but the reviewers will say, what about the weather forecast? You didn't think about weather forecast? And they'll throw the paper away. So one possibility, you left out something that should have been included. The second possibility is you've included too many things. You included the weather forecast. Yes, you included my shoe size. You included this, you included that. What has that got to do with whether it rains or not? And people get into trouble with this because they think about, what else should we put in there? We should put in, so my field is entrepreneurship, is business. They will put in, what's the GDP of the country? What's that got to do with rain? They'll put in GDP, they'll put in this, they'll put in that, whatever things they heard of, whatever constructs are their favorite construct, the new construct that they just read about, they'll put it all in. And the reviewer will reject the paper saying there's no reason for these to have an effect. So the principle to get across, if you're talking about this, is you include the ones that have a reason to be there. What does that mean? It means the prior literature has said they matter. Does it matter whether the person washing the car is male or female? What does the literature say? If there's nothing in the literature that implicates gender as having an effect, don't include it. But if there's something in the literature that says, actually, there is a gender effect, then you must include it. And if you forget to include it, the reviewer will throw the paper away. So sorry, I'm spending too much time on a minor point, but it causes a lot of trouble in publishing. Okay, I said I was going to take this model and then add things to it. This would be the situation where you have read the literature. In this case, I'm reading the literature on predicting student grades, and this model already exists. What can I do? One thing I could do to make a contribution is I start thinking about what other factors are at play here. And for example, we might say student intellect affects the grades, but it depends on how much experience they have. You might think that. A new student would be very dependent. Their grade would be very dependent on their intellect, but a experienced student, even an experienced student with low intellect, would have learned ways to compensate. So I'm going to include their experience. That might be a fine argument. We're going to extend the theory. We have a reason for it. We have some argument for why prior experience would have an effect. How it has an effect, I don't know. I just think that it should be in the model somewhere. So I'm adding it here as moderator. So if the theory already exists and looks like that, you might decide, I'm going to add this moderator and make an argument for why. And that you could publish. This slide is just some examples of when you might think about adding a moderator. Then there's the second case that you can extend. If the theory that's in the literature looks like this, and someone has already put the moderator in, somebody has already made this argument, and it's been published, and now we think, yes, prior experience must have some effect. We don't know how, but it must be there. Now, how can you make a contribution? Now you could say student intellect affects grades. It depends on experience. Okay, that's already known, but they don't know why does it depend on experience. So you could be taking this moderator and turning it into a mediator. So now I'm going to make an argument that why does experience matter? Because experienced students have learned better study techniques. So now that will be my model. So wherever you're at in a field, this case, the field of student grades, you can look at what theory exists and think about, based on your knowledge of your discipline, of all those hundreds of papers that you've read, of all the other theories that you know about, it makes sense to me that student experience should matter. Put it in as a moderator. It should matter where, which of these things would be affected by experience. Or if someone has already done that step, you can take the next step and say, how does it matter? Does it matter because of their learned study techniques? And you can do that. So if you decide you want to be a researcher who does theory building, that's what I'm good at. Then look at what state is the current theory and how can you add to it? What factors have they left out? How could they be added? Which things have they put in as moderators? I always think when somebody has a theory model that has a moderator, meaning they think it has an effect, but they don't know how. It's a bit of an admission of ignorance. We had the idea that this must matter somehow, but we don't know how. You can always be the person who explains how, in this case by saying it has to do with study methods. So there's an endless cycle that you can do if you even just want to specialize on theory building, to extend the theory to cover more cases or to explain more of the details of how it's working. So at this point, I would do the exercise. Today, I don't think we will because we're trying to get back on the time schedule, which is just to give the participants a paper to read. So you would replace this paper with one from your discipline and ask them to look at the theory that's being proposed there. This is a paper that's claiming that A causes B. How good are the arguments for that? Are there any other effects that they've left out? What things would they have to control for? And so on. So at this point in the module, you could do that exercise, and then we could have a discussion about what they found, the students found after reading that exercise. I think these constructs are relevant, and I think the causal relationships, the arrows, go this way. This one causes that one, this one moderates it, this one causes that one, all of which defended by some logical argument, some persuasive argument, or defended by saying it's already in the literature. There is already literature that says A causes B. What I'm doing is saying A causes B and also causes X, some extension to that. We're trying to get to the point where it can be tested. Are we coming back? So we need to take this theory and turn it into things that can be tested numerically. When we hand it off to the next researcher who does empirical testing of theories, how do you bridge that gap? I'm just waiting for this one slide to come back. Because the theory will be stated as, if you have more A, you should see more B. There'll be some proposition. Is it coming? Touchy. Well, maybe I'll carry on in Mike's patience. That's good. It's coming. Searching for, there we go. So if you're writing a paper or done a research project and writing it up to try to say to the world, here is my new theory of why the world behaves this way. These things that have been observed, I'm trying to explain why they happen. So I can state this, I can do a diagram, a model, boxes and arrows, or I can write it in words as propositions that I think if there's a situation with more A, that will lead to more B. And the reasons why, the justification, some argument based on logic, it makes sense. Because if there's more A, that means this will happen, which means this will happen, and therefore there will be more B. Some kind of logical argument like that. Or because the literature says so. And so far, nobody has disproven that part of the literature, so I'm going to accept that. So we can start to link these together. We have A will have a positive influence on B. A will have a negative influence on B. A will have a bidirectional influence on B, meaning the relationship is not a straight positive correlation or negative. It maybe it goes in this shape or it goes in this shape. Small amount of A, lots of B. Medium A, no B. Large A, lots of B again. Whichever you decide, it's your thinking that produces it. What determines the quality is how well can you persuade other people to agree with that. You should agree with my theory that A is causing B. You should agree with this arrow in the model because the existing literature says so. Or because when you look at the world, you see this. I observe these people. Or just that I'm going to try to persuade you that, well, if you did more A, then this would happen, and therefore more B. Some argument for it. People get into trouble by proposing theory and saying, in my theory, A will lead to B. They don't ever say why. They just hope that you will believe them. And the reviewers at the journals will stop you right there. It all depends on the quality of your argument. One way of making extra strength to your argument is to anticipate objections. So I think that A will cause B. Here's my reason why I think it. It says this in the literature. We have cite some previous studies that observe that the phenomenon behaves this way. But also, here are all the reasons people might disagree with me, and I will show you why they're wrong. Somebody might say, oh, A has nothing to do with B because. Oh, you're wrong. So if you can anticipate this, this is the kind of thing that I see differentiates papers that make it into the A-level journals versus only make it into the B-level journals. Get into the B-level journals, you have to have good argument for your propositions. If you don't have good arguments, then you're down in the C-level journals. If you have good arguments, you get into the B. But to get into the A, you must also engage all the possible objections and show why they're wrong. I have thought of all the other explanations for why A and B might look this way, why we might observe these things. Some of them are good ideas, but there's a flaw in this one. They've made this mistake. The logic is broken here. What about that? Something wrong with that other explanation. And if I can shoot down every competing explanation, my explanation survives. It must be the correct one. And one last thing then on building theory, one of the things I said yesterday on choosing a topic was this possibility to choose a topic or a research question that combines literatures. That I know about cognitive psychology and I know about economics. I can do this idea of behavioral economics. Like, I don't know, Kahneman and Tversky's prospect theory says people do not behave rationally when dealing with risk. So never mind all that literature in economics that says we'll calculate the expected utility of the payoff and what the probability is and do this simple calculation. That's a very nice theory, and they use that in making some business decisions. But we know it's wrong because people don't actually do that. If you want to understand how people make actual decisions that are risky, you have to also include all these cognitive biases and social pressures and things like that because people are not purely rational. You can create a theory like that, and that theory of theirs, prospect theory, is a hugely cited theory, very influential idea. You can build your entire career around idea like that, but you only have that idea when you combine two literatures. So that was yesterday's sales on that thing. You might want to consider doing that. If you do it successfully, you will be very, your paper will be very influential if you do it successfully. And it's hard to do it successfully. Yesterday's reason was because you have to read twice as much literature. You have to know all the literature in economics and all the literature in cognitive science. So it's difficult. Now I want to tell you the other things that are difficult about this. If you try to combine two different theory lenses into building the same model, the same theory, you're using literature from this area or ideas or constructs from this area and from this area. It depends on, are those areas similar to each other? Conceptual proximity, do they use the same basic ideas, the same constructs? And it depends on the underlying assumptions of those theories. And so you end up with, now you can tell I went to business school because everything they teach you in an MBA is to produce a 2x2 matrix. You end up with a 2x2 matrix. So for instance, I'll just give one example here. If you choose two different theories to combine for your explanation of this phenomenon, this thing that has been observed, you're going to combine economics and psychology. If they have the same assumptions, but they have very different constructs, you'll be up in this quadrant. Up in that quadrant, it's very good. What you produce will be very refreshing for the audience. People will be very interested in your idea because you are challenging basic assumptions, but you will have difficulty convincing the reviewers and the editor of the journal to publish your paper because they will be wondering, why did you combine those two ideas? What's the justification? You can't just take two random ideas. What was my yesterday one? Entrepreneurship and religion. Why? And you have to sell the reviewers and the editor on there's a good valid reason for that. You can't just do this willy-nilly. But this example before, prospect theory, Kahneman and Tversky. Very similar conceptual ideas, but the underlying assumptions are totally different because economics assumes perfect rationality of people and psychology does not. So now you're in a different quadrant because they are distant and they are disjoint in there, and you're into this, which is a very hard argument to make. So you can spend a lot of time on this one chart for those people who want to do theorizing that combines two perspectives, two different lenses. So you make your choice as a trainer. If the audience, you're trying to do something this is very ambitious kind of research to do, theorizing that combines lenses. So that's the first piece done. That's the materials that we have to try to develop the theorizing ability of early career researchers, people who already understand what theory is and what it's for, but to help them to do it at a higher level. The second part of this module, and time is okay, is the theory already exists, but it hasn't been tested. That's the next step. And maybe that's the area where you would like to have your career, to be somebody who tests theories. I don't come up with these models. They're in the literature, but I'll be the person to go and get data from the real world and find out whether they're true or not. You must know that saying, if the theory predicts one thing and the data says a different thing, the theory is wrong. Reality is always correct. So maybe that's your area of contribution. I take other people's theories. He had a great idea, very persuasive, A causes B, which means if I go and look at the world now and collect data, everybody who has large A had better have large B. If they don't, his theory is wrong. So we're going to theory testing to see whether the proposed relationships actually exist. Does X actually cause Y? This got published. It's in the literature as a theory paper because he had a fine argument for why X should cause Y. It makes sense. It agrees with previous literature. There are no other good explanations. We think X causes Y, but we don't know for sure until somebody goes and collects data to find out about this. So we might, does this link actually exist? Or maybe the model has two links causing Y. Which one matters? Which one is more? So what is their relative strength? Or does it, maybe we know that, maybe we know that. Under which conditions does it hold? I'm just now thinking, how far can I generalize the next statement? I'll stay to my own discipline. In management research, 90% of the studies, empirical data studies that are published, the sample was undergraduate students. 20-year-old students in the West, in rich countries. And based on that sample, we think this is an explanation of all reality. So how far can the theory be pushed? And what if there are several competing theories? I showed you yesterday an example where there are two theories. So those are different things that can be tested. This slide is here if you have students that need to understand something about the philosophy of science in general. This is this idea that we never know that a theory is right. We speak that way casually. We'll say, oh, this is the theory that we all believe. We all believe, this is theory of gravity. But we don't know that it's true. In fact, we never know that it's true. It's just the best explanation so far. There might still be a corner of the universe where it doesn't work that way. So it's always possible that somebody will do the observational research and find situation that the theory does not explain, which as researchers is wonderful news, because now we can go around the cycle again. Yeah, that theory is fine, but there's one more element that needs to be added to explain that special circumstance. So we can never prove that a theory is true. What we try to do is we try to prove that it's wrong, and when we fail, we publish. Yeah, that is the philosophy of science, right? We can't prove that this works this way. We can try to suggest it. We hint it. We say, what do you think? Huh? I tried to find a case where A didn't cause B, and I couldn't find one. I have looked in all different countries. I never found a case where A didn't cause B. That's why I have my theory. A causes B. We can never prove that because you can never test everybody. No matter how good your survey is, you can never ask all 7 billion people. There might always be people out there that are different. So we only believe it so far. You can have an entire graduate seminar just on this slide. But if you're dealing with people already with PhD, they know this. So you skip this. All right, so the theory says something as a proposition. Here's a proposition from a theory paper about student achievement, and it says exogenous student engagement leads to endogenous student engagement. A causes B. What does that mean? Exogenous student engagement means making them do stuff, forced from outside. You want the students to be engaged? Kick them. If you kick them enough, exogenously, they will start kicking themselves mentally. Oh, I better do this, otherwise Dr. Dave is going to kick me. That's the theory says, but you can't test that. That's not in a testable form. There's no data you could collect and no statistic you could do to say whether this is true or not. So if you're going to be in the world of theory testing, you have to be able to start from this position, which is what the theory builder wrote and what they published. You have to be able to convert that into something testable. You have to be able to convert the proposition into a testable hypothesis, which says the same thing, but says it in language that can be measured and calculated. So we take such statement like that, and we convert it into a testable hypothesis like that. Exogenous motivation leads to endogenous motivation. What does that mean? If you hold a lot of in-class quizzes, surprise quiz, that's kicking them. Hey, you better pay attention. There'll be a quiz. If you do enough of that, it will increase attendance. Oh, I'd better go to class. This can be tested. You can measure how many quizzes there were in the semester. You can measure student attendance. You can do some calculation of correlation coefficient or some statistics. It says the same thing, but it says it in more concrete. Into my statistics software, and it will tell me whether it's true or not at some confidence level P less than 0.05. I hope that makes sense. I'm not very good at statistics. There's a trick to that. How do you take an abstract construct and turn it into an operationalized, measurable thing that still measures the same thing? And here I like to do a side discussion when I ask students to be in theorizing. The theory builders love to work with abstract ideas because then the theory is very general. It covers many different situations, explains many things in the world. But you can't test in abstracts. You can only test in operationalized concrete specifics. So I ask the students, what is love? Suppose your theory, one of the constructs in it is love. Love leads to this. These things lead to more love. Maybe you're measuring something about love. That's the kind of abstract construct that would show up in a theory paper. Theory building at the level of love. But you can't measure love. So then I have an exercise, which is to get the students to explain, how would you measure love? What is love? And they will start to say things, and I'll collect them on the board. They will start to say things like, how would you know whether he loves her? And they will say things like, he buys her gifts. Good, write that one down. What else? What else would show love? Hey, he takes her out, right? He goes out on dates with her. He asks her out. When he goes out, he buys her dinner or something. That would show. So you can write that one down. What other things show love? Things that you could definitely measure. You have one? Commitment. See, this is a good answer. Thank you for that. How would I know when there's commitment? That is also abstract. I might though, but let's take it just one more step. I might measure how long have they been together. That can be measured. That can be measured in months or weeks. Yeah, but you can't measure commitment. You can measure relationship duration. That's what we're trying to do. Go from abstract to concrete. You can measure, like you could do some sort of ethnographic observation, right? Oh, look, how close do they stand together? How many times did they touch? Right? How many times does he buy her gifts? How many? The art of turning abstract theory constructs into operationalized, measurable things that can be used in testing. There's quite an art to it. And an example on love, I shouldn't beat it to death, but I can talk it without a projector, is, so they say all those things, you know, so now we know what love is. How long two people are together, how many gifts, who buys dinner, all those things. Yeah. So I say, that's good. I love my wife. Check, 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 check. Yeah. I love my dog. I buy him dinner. I touch him. Yeah, but some of these other ones don't work. Yeah, I love my grandmother. I love chocolate. So then you start to tease out this idea that this abstract construct, love, can be operationalized as different things. And if you're very into statistics, you will know you could do then factor analysis, and you discover there is no such thing called love. There is affection, and there is physical attraction, and there is preference. A chocolate love isn't love. I don't love chocolate. I just like chocolate. So this, how do you turn the abstract thing of the theory into specific measurable things? So these specific measurable things, the duration of the relationship, you can ask them in a survey. Right? How long have you been together? How many months? Whatever. Check. You get numbers. If you want to know how many times gifts, maybe you have to watch them. And there they are. Or how close they stand together. You hire a grad student to go and follow them around and say, usually they are half a meter apart. But now lately, for the past 2 weeks, they're only 100 centimeters. Love the show. Okay, good. You can get numbers. Because you can't test the theory until you have numbers. And you can't get a number for love. It's too abstract. Right? So if you're going to be the kind of researcher who doesn't create new theories with logic, like him, but you're going to be the kind of researcher who tests whether it's true or not, you have to be able to take his abstract constructs and operationalize them into specific things that can be observed and measured and turned into numbers. And then you can have a big Excel data sheet, all the different questions and measures, all the different respondents that you collected data from, and then you can have your statistics, as many as you like. Where are we here? Okay, I wish I had these slides up. If you're following along now, I'm on slide 34, cross-level research. So one more topic on theory testing, a little bit advanced, not the kind of thing you would do with a master's student, but an early career researcher, PhD, it might be something that they need to know about, which is if the theory that you want to test contains constructs, relationships, but the constructs exist at different levels of analysis. Meaning this construct is something about an individual person. But this construct is about a couple. You can't have love of a single person. Love is between two. It's not meaningful to speak about how much love he has. How much love for who? For whom? The idea of love only exists at the couple level. Or maybe you could say it exists at a community level. I love all humanity. Okay, but you can't say love at the individual level. Team spirit only exists at a group level. Yes. Team spirit exists at a group level, but individual satisfaction to be on the team only exists as an individual person. Right? Different constructs of, so individual, team, group, community, whole of humanity, different constructs only exist at different levels. If your theory says A causes B, A is an individual level construct and B is a team level construct, this is a cross-level theory. You are theorizing a causal relationship between two things that exist at different levels of analysis. Okay, so beginning researchers don't create such theories. They'll say things like, how much love there is predicts how long the relationship will last. Okay, those are both couple level constructs, same level. But if you produce theories that are crossing levels, that involve constructs from different levels, there are some issues that come up. Just jumping ahead here. And the examples that I want to point to, so now I'm up to slide 36, cross-level issues. Sometimes people will try to take individual level construct and produce a group level idea from it by taking all the members of the group and getting their individual level scores and then take the average. So what I'm doing is forcing an individual level construct to behave at the group level. Now I can cause it to something else. I can connect it in my theory. Sometimes people try to, and that's a mistake. It's a mistake to assume that the average of all the individuals on something equals the group's level. You want to know what is the team morale? You interview you survey every member of the team and say, how much do you like this team? And they'll tell you what they think. If you average those together, you have not measured the team level morale. You can't just simply roll them together, or the reverse. You could have a construct that exists at the group level and think that means every member of this group also believes that. That's obviously not true. On average, all the people think, this political party is better than that political party. So you assume everybody likes this party. That's not true. You can't mix things from different levels. And the one thing, last thing on here, on these problems of mixing levels is sometimes you will run into the case where there's a construct that exists at the individual level and it has a name and there's some literature that explains what it is. And then in a different literature, they have a group level construct. It's not the same thing at all. This is how the group collectively behaves. This is something about an individual person, and they'll use the same name. You will recall yesterday, one of the things I said is when you find a new construct, when you're reading a new literature, you find a new construct, go back to, even if you have to go to 1942, go back to where it was first graded, find out what it is. Because if you do, especially in this cross-level research, you will find two different research communities have constructs with the same name, and they are not the same thing. So last caution, if you decide to do cross-level research, which you might well do, as you become better as a researcher, it's quite interesting to tackle questions about how does the overall group environment, the social environment, affect an individual? How does society cultural pressures affect how she behaves individually in this situation or how she feels about it? That's a cross-level question. Many of the interesting questions in social sciences are cross-level questions. But you have to be careful about these issues of mixing models that have constructs at different levels. Okay, so I'm already now to slide 40, summary points, and schedule is good. I think I got us back to schedule here. What was in this module is this idea that there's a theory. A theory proposes causal relationship between constructs. A causes B. If you're trying to create this theory or argue from this theory, or extend an existing theory by saying A causes B, but it's moderated by X, or A causes B, which then causes Z. That's done by making a logical argument for why it should be there, persuasive logical argument, or citing prior literature. There's a prior literature that says A should cause B. Yeah? Both of those are imperfect approaches. Your logic might be very persuasive, but that's not guaranteeing that it's true. You might have made a mistake. The prior literature says that A should cause B, and I can cite this thing, and I'm citing it in a very good journal, famous author, but they might be mistaken. Nobody will know whether it's true until somebody does the theory testing. So if you're going to do theory building, you are going to propose new boxes, or propose new arrows, or extend a diagram by adding new boxes to it, or combine this diagram with this diagram by taking constructs from this one and putting them together. You will make some logical argument, which is probably true, but not guaranteed. Or you can be the researcher who takes existing models and tests them. And you test them by doing this operationalization, turn the abstract constructs into specific, concrete, measurable things. Things that can be put as a question on the questionnaire that you're going to send to the respondents. And then you can run statistical analysis, find out what it's true. Theory builders create the ideas, but the theory testers find out which ones actually match reality. And it's only by both of them working in this cycle, which goes on forever, we actually start to learn how the world works. And that's why we do research. Why does that thing happen in that form? So that's this module. And here is the slide asking you as trainers for feedback. What do you think? What does it say here? What worked well in this module? What might we consider to revise the materials? Very much good. I think we're over to you, Jimmy. Yeah.
He's,
Yeah, you came back. Is it from how you're coming in has come with blessings? Yeah. Yes, bro.
Thank you very much. I like the.
From the theory building to theory testing, that was really good. I think most people never explain those. I was actually thinking that most of the research that students tend to do is more on theory testing. And I was thinking, wondering whether it's worth going into that with the undergraduate or post or master's students, the issue of theory. Are there people at that level that really go into theory building? So is it something worth pursuing?
Yeah, are there early career researchers who do theory building? Many people early in their career do theory testing. The difficulty in theory testing is operationalization, first off, and second is getting data. Collecting data is very hard. Anybody who's done that, trying to get people to answer your survey, trying to get more than 20 people who answered is hard. But once you do that, theory testing is much easier than theory building. Theory building, now see that Mike is already shaking his head in disagreement. Theory building relies on your credibility, which is part, and although the publication process that we'll talk about tomorrow is supposed to be blind, it's not supposed to matter who the author of this study is. Spoiler alert, it matters. Because the process is not perfectly blind, but never mind about that. What matters whether we buy his theory, does A cause B, is how well he can argue and defend it. He can't prove it with numbers. He's not using data. He's trying to be persuasive. And to be persuasive, if I'm a skeptical reader or a skeptical reviewer of this journal, and I don't know who you are, so the fact that you're a famous man won't influence me, only how good is your argument. And I will say, how persuasive is this? And in order to be persuasive, you better know the literature completely. Because if there's one paper in the literature that disagrees with you, and it's the paper I wrote, you're not getting published. Huh? How persuasive can you be? And that level of confidence to be persuasive enough when in the absence of data, because we're not theory testing, we are speculating. Nobody knows. I think this, and I can't tell you who I am. It's a blind process. So it seems reasonable that A causes B. Why? Because I read this theory, and this study said this, and this study said that. And when you roll it all together, it is good evidence to suggest A probably does cause B. That takes experience to do. That's why people usually only theory build later in their career. But specifically to your question, is it possible? Sure, it's possible. A brand new researcher could propose a brand new theory, but they have a great burden to persuade people.
Right. Thank you, Prof. and Prof.
One here.
Thank you, Prof. From your explanation in the beginning on theory building, I really feel like theories are like superstitions. How is that? Then number two, most theories that we refer to are always internationally recognized. If I develop a theory, I build a theory and maybe test it and is approved by my supervisors, and then I'm accepted to publish it. At what level can this theory be internationally recognized?
Okay, so the level of the theories, assuming that you made a good persuasive argument, we'll go back to, I won't go to the slide, the quality of the contribution. So what are you adding to the existing theory? If there's an existing theory to explain this phenomenon, and it says, here are the 5 factors, here are the 5 independent variables, and they all contribute, maybe directly, or maybe one connects to another, or whatever that theory is, but there's already 5 things in it, and you add number 6. And you can be correct. You could be correct. Factor number 6 does have an influence. It should be in the theory. So you'll get published, but not very good place. Because people go, yeah, okay, 5 factors, 6 factors. If you're only adding small things like that, even if you're correct, it's not a big contribution. It is a contribution. It's not wrong, but it's a minor contribution. If the other type of minor contributions that especially early career researchers will do is say, yes, that theory is there. These factors cause this phenomenon. All these independent variables affect this dependent variable, but only within this limit. Only in countries of this wealth, between here and here, only on days that end in Y, only with the moon phase is this. They're just establishing limits to the applicability of this theory. And they are correct. You are right. It is only true within those limits. But so what? Those limits are usually true. If you make that kind of contribution, it is still a valid academic contribution, but it's minor. Versus if you have a theory that says, that's why I pulled out this example by Kahneman and Tversky, prospect theory. It says people are not rational. That's a direct attack on the entire field of economics. Everything they said, all of their theories, you just said it's wrong. People are not rational. People do not calculate the expected utility of anything. That's what they should do. That's what a robot would do. But that is not what human beings do. And we have lots of data to show it. And we're going to give you a new theory that says why. And it turns out, I know that theory well. Turns out they do that because people do not have a linear mapping between probability and expected value. I have this new theory that says everything in economics is wrong. It's cute, it's nice, good, but that's not humans, because your fundamental assumption that people are rational is not true. I have tons of observations of people making irrational choices, and I have a new theory with new constructs that you never even thought to include, and it matches the data and yours doesn't. That's also a valid academic contribution. And that one is not minor because we just threw out the entire field of economics. So that's what matters. If you can do this latter type, where you challenge a basic assumption, you attack a foundation and show that it's wrong. Attack is the wrong word. We're all on the same team. We all want to find what is the truth of the world. Sorry, but the basic foundation of rationality is not true. Here's a new theory. That builds a career. I wish I could have ideas like that. It's not so easy. I've never published something like that. Anything else? We're done? Okay.
Yeah.
Again, the problem is me. I used to overeat the again. So yeah, you have pain.
Thanks.
Question here and there the same. The microphone, yeah, one microphone is here. There is one microphone already. Yeah. Sorry, it has the microphone. So one.
Ask us a group. Like that.
Okay, we'll do this one first.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dave, for the very good presentation, and thanks for the energy levels that you have in this endeavor. There are some funding agencies that normally include a subsection in their applications about the theory of change. And today I'm learning that we actually do a lot of theory testing rather than theory building. But is this different from the theory of change that is required by certain agencies? And if it is different, are you going to cover this theory of change somewhere, because it is a requirement in the grant applications? Some of them. Thank you.
Okay, very much. And there was a hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor.
Appreciation in research, actually, from your explanations, I appreciate that now in that ideas and relationships can no longer be scattered in research. At least it has helped furthermore in a way of combining research ideas together, in actual fact, conceptualizing research, relating factors, and having a stringent golden thread in my work. Thank you so much. Suggestions, especially at the undergraduate level, students see research as something very huge, untouchable, it's unbearable. We need more of such lectures. Suggestion, in Africa, for example, in Uganda, it's high time that from undergraduate students are being taught research not as a unit, but continuously from first year, possibly to third year, so that it impacts in them. But the one unit makes students still get to fear research and do not really get further deeply involved in their work. Lastly, there is need, like in Africa, to have a whole kind of school for research development to teach people who graduate in research principles and handling that can also help the others like you are doing. Thank you very much.
Then there was a
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Mine are just proposals, not to improve the presentations, but I think these are some of the takeaways which I think we need to do to achieve some of the objectives of this work. One of the things that I think Professor Dev has talked so much about publication journals, journal articles, high ranking, low ranking, and stuff like that. But you find, and even we are career researchers failing to publish our own work. I would like to implore NEMRA, at least in their agenda, if they can include starting a journal where early career researchers within this group can publish their articles. If you look at countries like Nigeria and South Africa, their research output is high. It's not because they are writing a lot more than we do. It's because they've built their own research infrastructure to support the early career researchers. So could we have a resolution here outside, the TOT mandate of this workshop that we also agree that NEMRA starts an agenda so that at least we can have two journals or one journal, a journal, or we can have two disciplinary journals, such that we can have a channel where we can have our work published. That is one. Two, we need to build a strong ground of mentors and reviewers. How do you start to learn how to review a journal? Here we are learning how to review a journal articles, but can we start to do it practically? We can start by building a group of peers to do that. Then number two, there is a participant who talked about issues of how do you get your work visible? The best way to do that is to create dissemination sessions locally. Okay, and I think NEMRA is doing this, but maybe we need to do more. From there, we can also start going to the conferences. Okay, but we can start local so that we can get our work. Actually, one of the things, when we are doing introduction, there's a gentleman who was seated there who has a very strong background in media. I actually wanted to speak to him because I do mentor graduates at Usitema University. I have a grant where I pay half of their salary. And I'm really looking for content developers, people who can write policy briefs from the research of our researchers. I'm actually looking for someone who can help me do that. and give them a job. But what we are lacking is, how do we start to disseminate our work? And that takes me to the issue of research that relates to the community. When you do research, how do you move it into the community? You can do your research and it is very good, but it has to have a community impact. How does it align with NDP3? For us who work in government, everything that we do, we are required to align it NDP3, which I think also in the private sector, in the private universities, as a researcher, you need to start thinking, the work that I'm doing, how can I align it to NDP3, to the work that government does? And then lastly, never fear to do something that is controversial. Every time, if you see you're doing something and nobody is bothered, it's not controversial. Come up with a proposition that will make people to say, oh, what's this? And most of the things that are controversial will attract a lot of attention. And this was done by, I tried to look for the name of the writer in Russia who caught a lot of attention during Cold War. He could publish something and then writes back in a pseudonym to contradict his own writing. And by doing that, actually, he attracted a lot of attention around the world, and everybody wanted to know who are these two people who are contradicting each other. But actually, it was the same person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frederick. Okay, there is one final hand that I will take. Mike, will you like to say something before Dave wraps this up? Okay, so after this gentleman, Dave.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the work you are doing. And I would like to add my voice to what the gentleman said and ask NEMRA whether they have a database or they do correct data. That is one. Number two, how else do you help young researchers publish their work? If you have not yet reached there, what plans do you have? Because I think it's very important to have such a program. We can copy from Wezo, Uganda. For it is mainly in line with the education research. What it does, it collects the data and it reaches out to institutions with its programs. It supports the researchers to write articles, and it also supports the researchers to have the articles published. If you do not have the journal yet, you can support the young researchers to have their work published in the different international journals. And WESO also pays these researchers to encourage them to do more publications. I think that can really help to improve research in the institutions and in the country as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That is captured. Vincent, would you like to answer that question, or we forward it to Julie when she comes back? We can deal with it later, what NEMRA is doing, the database issues. I know there's some work that NEMRA is doing. Dave might not be able to speak on behalf of NEMRA. Yes, Dave. So there were a few questions and a few comments. How do we wrap this up?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I am not willing to answer anything on behalf of NEMRA. We wait for Juliet to come back. So let me see if I have all the questions here, and I'll do my best to give some response. If I don't answer to your satisfaction, we can talk over lunch. First one was this question of, is theory superstition? And I don't think I would put it in those words, but that isn't entirely wrong. Theories are something that we believe today, but we only believe it tentatively. We hold theories in our hand, but lightly. The minute if some observational data comes along that contradicts the theory, we should be willing to release it. We hold the theory until a better theory comes. If you have a new theory that explains the new data, but doesn't explain the old data, we will not replace. You have to be able to explain everything the old theory explained, plus the new contradictory data. Then we will let go of the old theory. We will embrace the new theory. But even that one, we will hold it lightly because one day we will have a new theory that replaces it. This cycle never stops. We always had the observation the sun comes up in the east, it goes down in the west. One point we held the theory and everyone believed that's because the sun goes around the earth. Then we found some examples where that doesn't explain the observation. And now we think the sun stays still and the earth turns under it. One day we may throw that theory, right? So is it a superstition? I think you're being deliberately provocative, but it's not wrong. It is the temporary superstition that we all believe in until nature shows us it's wrong, until the data says that. There was a question about the grants wanting something around theory of change, and I have to be careful that I don't think I understand what you mean by that. I would understand that granting agencies would want to see theory change, which is just a different way of saying the triangle that I had. Sorry, I'm going to stand up. That research that is only this observational descriptive stuff, it's necessary, but it's not that valuable compared to higher up on the triangle, higher up on the pyramid of creating new or extending existing theory, and then empirically testing the theory. Those are high value activities, high leverage. Research efforts spent at the top of the pyramid have much more impact on the world. So it wouldn't surprise me if granting agencies like to support that kind of research more than the stuff at the base, the simple descriptive and observational stuff. So if that was your question, that would be my answer. The other possible interpretation of that question is there is something out there called the theory of change. I don't know such a theory. I know lots of I know the theory of resource dependency. Is there something called the theory of change? Perhaps do granting agencies care about that? Perhaps they do. I don't know. I have no experience in that area, so I'm dodging the question. Sorry. Next one was, this theorizing as taking ideas and relationships, and should those be like scattered or something that is structured in some way? And you used an expression I thought was lovely of a golden thread that binds them together. I think the art is striking a balance between those. If you do everything highly structured, you never get to bring in any fresh ideas, and you spend time trotting on old territory where maybe there isn't much opportunity to make a big contribution. So this is personal. Everybody decide for themselves. I like to go a little bit farther afield and bring in ideas from somewhere else. But if you do that too much, you end up too scattered and it doesn't collect into anything. So that's a judgment call. Everybody will figure out how much they want to stay in one territory and know that territory absolutely, completely. Oh, this was something I occurred to me last night. I wanted to say yesterday is this idea, if you're going to stake out territory, of being T-shaped. Are you familiar with that metaphor? As a researcher, you should be T-shaped, where we have all the different subject areas, my disciplines, knowledge base in this and knowledge of this, and my ability, my research skills, and all of these possible things that you need to be good at, that you need to be competent at. But one area, I go very deep. On that area, I am an expert. These other areas, I know just enough to be dangerous, but I don't really know them. But this area, I totally know. That creates my skills look T-shaped. Lots of things that I know. One thing I know very deeply. You should choose which that is. Are you going to be somebody who's good at doing the observational stuff? Somebody who's going to be good at doing the theorizing? Somebody who's going to be good at getting empirical data and doing the analysis to test the theory? Somebody who's good at this context and this industry or this social situation, or somebody who's good at doing this stuff, international comparisons, or pick one thing and on that thing become excellent at it is general advice. there was a question or comment about using this unit at the undergraduate level in a teaching context, which is a wonderful idea. And God bless you if you have students at the undergraduate level who can take on this kind of material. My students would have a hard time with it. Thanks to NEMRA and EASRN, all the material that's coming up in this week-long workshop here is at your disposal. You're free to use it in any way that you like. So if you want to somehow use it in your teaching, and you think at the undergraduate level or at the graduate level as part of a research methods seminar or something, I think you're welcome to take it, and whatever works for you is wonderful. And I'll just last thing there is I will engage with Frederick's comment there. He was talking about in order to increase research visibility and get sort of full credit for the research productivity of Ugandan researchers, he's suggesting local publishing outlets. And that's a wonderful idea, but there's another possible answer to challenge that, which is there are already, so you say, if you don't publish at the international level, we don't publish at all. And that's a shame. And other countries are beating us because they publish at the national or regional level with local journals and things. One solution is create your own local, national, regional publishing outlets. And it's a fine idea. But another idea is up your research quality so you can publish in the international journals. There's no reason that you can't. And so, private objective of this workshop is we're trying to give tips and techniques so that your research will not just be published in a regional journal that Frederick is going to set up for us. You will publish in the top tier A-level international journals. Why not? So we're going to be trying, especially tomorrow, and Mike's got a lot of fine stuff to say about how the journal publishing process works, of where the standard is internationally, the A-ranked and B-ranked journals of the world in your discipline. Why not publish there? There's no reason not to. You just have to meet that bar. And so what we're trying to do in this is that you will be able to teach when you're doing the training, you teach them how to publish at international level. So, Frederick, you're welcome to disagree with me. I think both are fine ideas. There should be local publication opportunities, but there also should be a lifting of skills to publish at the international level. Okay, I think I did it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dave. We're just trying to focus on that. I don't know what the experience of colleagues is. I was disagreeing with Frederick myself, but probably starting a new journal does not help. As we speak, UMI has a journal, UCC has a journal, MOBS has a journal, National Council for Science and Technology has a journal, Reform has a journal, PSFU has a journal, Makerere has very many, some of which have since collapsed, and others publish when it rains. When it doesn't rain, they don't publish. Is the solution starting another journal? Is the solution in us reviving the ones that we have, or actually writing more so that we get these articles published? I don't know. It's a conversation that we need to hold.
Maybe what I think is that now that you are listing out all those journals, perhaps many people didn't know, it could be very prudent if there are any calls from those institutions that it is also shared equally, that people can be able to participate.
So if there is anyone from Mukumba here, they have a journal, actually more than one. Then Bishop Strat, colleagues from Bishop Strat, they have a journal. One of my students published in there. So can we strengthen this? I think Aisha as well has a journal at MRU as well. So he also has one. And so maybe the conversation should be on how do we strengthen these journals? How do we publish more and revive them? They're actually there. Maybe creating another journal is just duplicating work. I don't know. Yes, Mariam.
Thank you very much. My remarks are coming as an early career researcher. I think one thing that the trainers must take note of is the level of skill of the different people who they are training. I think very many of you are aware that most of these things aren't actually taught at undergraduate level. Then even at master's level, there is an assumption that you have actually learned these things at some point in your undergrad. And of course, at PhD level, they expect you to have a certain level of experience. So even when I was doing my master's, there were certain things that I was expected to know during my undergrad, which was never taught to me. And the training began at a more advanced level or intermediate level. So we should make these tools and resources available to undergrad students, because it's actually important for them to start writing early. And then I think these local journals are actually even more relevant for the students, the even lower early career researchers, for them to actually start writing and submitting to maybe less challenging journals. So these journals aren't necessarily relevant for those who ideally should be competing for the tier A journals, but we should make them more, available to lower students, undergrad, or even some master students. And very many local recs actually have no fee for students to submit their proposals, but most students don't use this chance. I remember when I was applying for approval, because I was abroad, I couldn't benefit from having fee waivers. But when I was a student in Uganda, I didn't know that I could apply for to my local rec for free and have my research approved, and then I could go ahead and do research. So I feel like very many students don't know that most of the universities would actually approve their research for free, henceforth removing one of the biggest barriers for doing research, which is money or resources. So I think we should actually start sharing these things with students at lower levels. And we finally we need to ensure that even more resources are shared. So when you're talking about theory building, theory testing, there needs to be even more resources that should be shared with our students, because of course we cannot have everything in this short training, but trainers must be able to do the extra work and collect the added reading material for students to then go ahead and read more. Because as of now, I need to go back and read more on very many of these things because many were new to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Maria. The final one for this session, and then we are going to vote. Anyone excited about voting? There will be no campaigns, but we are going to vote. And in my village, when we talk about voting, it is logistics. Who is giving us soda and ajono? And yes, family.
Thank you. I'd like to start from the theory of change. In the development world, especially non-profits, they ask for a theory of change. And this is usually they're asking about the planning, participation, adaptive management, and evaluation. But they want you to look at the long-term goals. They look at the conditions that are going to lead those long-term goals. So that's what they call the theory of change. Yeah, then about the journal, I would support a NEMRA journal because once it is ours, there's a way it encourages us to write. And also, we are also given the skills of evaluation of that journal. But if it is owned by other institutions, there are so many bureaucratic procedures which may not make it easy for us to access them or even to participate in the evaluation. So I vote for the NEMRA journal.
And you spoke when the ED just entered. So ED, there is a conversation around the NEMRA journal. Isn't it time for us to think about a NEMRA journal to allow colleagues publish more than fighting with the other institutions, instead of reviving journals that are either at the verge of death or those who need the grace of God? I don't know. But there was also earlier a question that Vincent promised that he would record for you, the question of NEMRA and supporting early careers, especially in terms of publishing, when it comes to funding to do research, funding to publish. Maybe later you'll have half a minute to say something about that. Half a minute?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I want to appreciate Professor for the wonderful explanation. I really understood it very well. But I wanted to ask something. If I'm writing my article and I've come up with a theory according to what the guidelines of the journal wants,
do I need to emphasize those gaps I've identified in the theory in my findings or my conclusions? Yeah, of course, you said you have to get a theory supported with the data that you've got.
I'd just like to take your case, but generalize it because I think it applies to many of us. Certainly in my discipline, it is almost impossible to publish a paper that is just proposing a new theory. Even if it's a very important theory, if you have a very good logic to support it, you have good support from the literature of why these propositions, and if this theory is true, it's going to have a big impact, like my example that challenged the foundations of the economics discipline. Even that couldn't be published without, or just as a theory paper. The editors of the A-level journals in my discipline would say, we also want the testing done in the same article. So they would say, fine, you proposed the theory, you think A causes B, and now you think we should also have X. Okay, go do the testing study also and put them together into one article. And I think that happens in other disciplines as well. Because we're jumping ahead to tomorrow's topics a little bit, but one of the problems for the journals is there's so many academics producing so many papers, and there's not enough pages in the journal to put it all. So even if you have a very good theory, but no empirical test, your theory might be wrong. And now we wasted 27 pages publishing a theory that's wrong. So can you at least do some testing of it also? So, okay, that's fine. And so what you're doing falls into that category of I've theorized some relationships and I also am doing some empirical validation of that, and the journals will like that. The downside is it's difficult because now you have to be good at two things. So that goes back to one of the comments in Mike's session about partnerships and the complementary skills and things. This would be a great project to do where one person was a really strong theorist and could make the theory arguments, and another person was an empiricist who tests things, so that you can, I couldn't do both parts myself. So maybe it's the same for you. It's a very common situation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dave. Now it's time to vote. Who has a voter's card? This is what we want to vote on. There are two thoughts. So we have two sessions left. And both sessions originally are supposed to be after lunch, but we were supposed to have gone for an earlier lunch. Now, as we speak, our lunch is on its way here. We need about 20, 30 minutes for the lunch to arrive. So there are two alternatives. We can say we take a break now, but whatever happens, we should be back at 2. But we can also say, let's start the second last session. We continue discussing as the food is romantically and diplomatically and strategically moving here. And then when that session is done, we go for our lunch, then we come back for the last session, and then we'll be out of here. So do we still need to vote? I didn't campaign. So Dave, the decision as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission is humble and God-loving voters have voted for the position that we are going to stretch for just 1.5 minutes, and then we start our session on project design as we wait for our lunch.
I think this election has been rigged. I think the election was stolen.
Okay, so members, in case you need to stretch a bit or visit some rooms nearby, let's do that in a minute or two, and then we start our next session. The front row is not straight. They are okay. You're above. Very good, very good, very good. When we go.
I was gonna make a little joke at the start of the session. Yes. Smoke, because all the item B2 that we're going to now.
Yes.
The longest of. But I think with this audio is quite good. I can think it needs. That's I know. Which one?
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate it. It's more of a repeat than a power. It's a message that I'm hearing there. Yeah.
Members, kindly look for your neighbors. Yes, Dave would have wanted to have everybody, but looks like we will have to get started. And then the rest will find us along the way. So members, we are resuming. Let's conclude what we are working on. Yes, Dave, the floor is yours.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so let's press on. I was going to comment to JBI that my reason for objecting to the vote was I stand between us and lunch. And the module that we're about to go into on project design is the largest of all the modules. So perhaps we'll go a little bit into this and then break for lunch and come back to the same module. So we'll see how that goes. There may be some disruption there. So here we are in module B2. You've decided now, you found a research question that is interesting and worthy of your time as a researcher. You've done some things around theory building or testing. You know which theory you would like to add to, or which theory you would like to do an empirical test and demonstrate that it's true. You've chosen that. Now we're into how would you actually do the project. So this is the nitty-gritty, how to actually do the research. Okay, your power problem. So a huge module, and that was done deliberately. This one module would be an entire graduate level course on research methodology. So there's no way we're going to cover all this material in an hour and a half or whatever we have here. You as a trainer would probably also not cover all this material in one workshop. You would choose from it. So we have erred to provide too much instead of too little. So feel quite free to say, my guys will know this, skip that. Oh, this one is good. I will use this material. That's fine. Just choose what's appropriate for your workshop participants. So 3 things I want to talk about here is one is choice of methodology. Another one, some project planning stuff, and you will begin to see similarity here from the things being talked about here and the things that Mike talked about already on the grant application, because how well the project planned, what activities, who's doing them, how much it costs, what the budget implications are, all those sorts of things feeds directly into the grant application process. And then we'll start to get into the real details of it and talk about getting data. If you're going to do a research study that is empirically testing with quantitative data that you collected, testing some theories, predictions to find out, is this theory true or not? Some things around or cautions around collecting data. So that's what the plan is for this next module. So first thing up is methodologies. And this chart is here to say the main point of this. I'm not going to go through every detail because there's so many, there's more than 100 slides here. We're not going to go through them all. The point of this one is to say there are many different research methodologies here. So we have randomized controlled studies, the kinds of things that are done in medicine all the time, longitudinal studies, cross-sectional studies, case studies. There's all kinds of different approaches you might take. And the choice of which one you should use depends on the research question. Whatever research question you chose from yesterday will dictate which methodology you should use. This kind of methodology has these attributes. It's very good at this, but it's not very good at that, depending what your research question requires. So separately, have a look at this chart. Because we've already had this point about there are levels to the research. The choice of your methodology determines how much confidence you have in your results. If you choose some methodology down here of using expert opinions or a case study or some cross-sectional design, you can only show that the things are correlated. A and B seem to go together, but you are not justified to say A causes B. And if you claim that in your write-up, reviewers are going to chop your head. That's a cross-sectional design. You can't prove a causal relationship with a cross-sectional design. All you can do is say they are correlated. They seem to be associated. When there's a lot of A, there is also a lot of B. If you then try to say that's because A is causing B, they will shoot you down. They say maybe A is causing B, maybe B is causing A. They would still be associated. Maybe some other factor, C, is causing them both. You cannot conclude a causal relationship with a cross-sectional design. So from simple things like case studies all the way up to fully randomized, fully double-blind controlled empirical studies, you can only say things like, it seems that these things are connected. Perhaps they are related, all the way up to A causes B. So your choice of methodology is driven by your research question. But once you've chosen that methodology, it dictates or controls how firmly, how confidently you can state your conclusion. So you have to be careful not to overstate things. You have to be modest in your conclusions because the other academics all know this, the reviewers all know this. And if they see you trying to claim something at the high end of this, but you did a methodology at the low end of this, that will hurt your credibility. The most common thing, at least in my discipline, is people do cross-sectional empirical studies. Cross-sectional means not longitudinal. Longitudinal is I'm going to collect data from my respondent, and then later I'm going to collect data from her again. Maybe I'll do a case study. I'll come and interview her, and then a year later I'll interview her again, and then maybe some intervention will happen, and then I'll interview her again, and then a little bit later again, and follow her for many years. Yeah, shaking her head. Expensive, time consuming. But if I do that, I can now claim cause. I studied her, what, year 1, year 2, then we made the intervention, year 3, year 4. Now I can prove the intervention caused the effect. But it takes a lot of time and a lot of money to do such a study. So most researchers don't do that. They will just study once, but they won't study just her. They will study 50 people, some of whom are at the beginning of a process, some of whom are at the end of a process. So we do a cross-sectional study because I then only have to measure once. People like to do this. We sample a wide variety of cases, but only once. It's cheap, it's easy. We like to pretend that that's almost as good as a longitudinal study, because in a longitudinal study, year 1, she's a beginner. Year 5, she's all the way through the process. So we can show that there was a cause and effect. In a cross-section, year 1, she's a beginner. Year 1, everybody's year 1, there's only one measurement, but it turns out year 1, he is already an expert. And I will claim, oh, as the years pass, they become experts, but I'm not really proving it because I'm comparing her to him. So it's not as good for proving causal relationships. But because it's so easy, so quick, people often do that. This is something from the top journal in my field. This is like the New England Journal of Medicine or Science or Nature in business, AMJ. And they wrote a thing where they were talking about when people do cross-sectional studies and we don't like it, we think it's a badly done study and we will not publish it. Go talk to one of those C-level journals, get away from us. This is why. And so some of these things are covered in this module. For instance, poorly adapted reuse. When we were operationalizing abstract constructs into specific concrete measurable things, we used some measurements or questions from another study who also had to operationalize. We copied that, but we chose badly which one. So I'm going to talk about these ones as we go. I think we already spoke about level of analysis. Level of analysis is this issue of construct that you're interested in your theory. Does it exist for an individual, for a group, for a team? So that's level of analysis. There's also this issue of unit of analysis, which is, what is the thing you're studying? Are you studying a person or a relationship? Are you studying an object or a process? And sometimes early researchers are a little casual on this issue. They say, oh, I'm studying, how this business operates. Are you studying the business, or are you studying the founders and management of the business? Or are you studying the industry? Are you studying the agents and actors in this industry? Or are you how deep participants in the deal? So you have to be clear about this stuff as well. And therefore, that when you operationalize, you choose variables that measure that thing. All right, so then next question. Are we going to, we'd like to do a study. If we have the time and money, we will do a longitudinal study. But if we don't, we'll do one of these cross sections with a diverse sample. Are we doing an experiment or not? If we are trying to prove or test a causal relationship that the theory claims, A causes B. If A changes, B will change. If that's what we're trying to test because the theorist made this claim, then are we going to do it by experiment? Experiment means, so there's Galileo dropping things off the tower to find out about gravity. You could do a real experiment. And a real experiment means I'm going to take one of the independent variables and change it. I'm going to manipulate the world. And according to the theory, if I should change, that's what the theory says. If I increase the amount of A, I should get more B. Let's see. I will change it. Pull the lever, see what happens. So to do that, you have to be in a controlled environment where you can change A. You can manipulate that variable, and you can control all the other variables that the theory has and prevent them from acting, prevent them from changing. Change one thing, see what happens. And this is going to raise some ethical issues. And so in this module, I want to start to address some of the ethical things about conducting research. Because you can go and do manipulations of A, of the independent variable. This is different sorts of things you might do. You might create some A. You might adjust the amount of A. You might do all sorts of things in the world to manipulate the independent variable of your theory, whatever it says, whatever is the A thing. Different ways that you might manipulate it to see what happens to B. So how do we actually do that? We're going to watch and see what happens when you change the independent variable. When you do the manipulation, what happens to the output? The simplest one is this, and the notation for this experimental design, this is common notation. X means doing the manipulation, creating the thing, adding the A, changing the amount, whatever manipulation you're going to do. You do that and you make an observation. You measure all the variables and you see what happens to the dependent variable. Did it go up or down? That's the simplest of experimental design. That's very quick and cheap. You do A, you run the program, you do whatever the thing is, and then you take a survey and see what happened. It's not a very good design, though, because you don't know what else is going on. How good of a researcher you think you are. And we'll get an average score, maybe, 7.3 or something. And then we're going to claim, oh, the workshop was great. Look at how much we helped them. How do we know we helped them? You might have been 7.3 before you came here. We don't know that we had any effect. So this is not a very good design. You can't really conclude much from it. All that it has is it's cheap and it's quick. Sure. Cheap, quick, and easy. So then there's a better design. In the better design, we make an observation before the manipulation. Measure how good of a researcher are you, get an average score, 6.2, then run the workshop, then measure again. Score has gone up to 7.3. Now we can claim the workshop had an effect. We will take an observation, do the manipulation, take another observation. And now the difference between observations, 7.3, 6.2, difference will claim that X caused it. The manipulation had an effect. So you can see that's a better experimental design. It's because maybe something else was happening in the background that people's score were always getting better anyway. There was a maturation effect is what it's called. Time was passing. The world was progressing. The seasons were changing. People are getting older. Something else was happening that the workshop had nothing to do with, and it was causing the score to go up. And with this design, you wouldn't know that. There would be no way to know. So while you will claim that the increase from observation 1 to observation 2 was due to the manipulation, and therefore X causes it, you won't know that it's true. It might have been caused by something else. So you can have a better design. A double pretest. Measure once, wait a week, measure again, do the manipulation, measure a third time. And this is better because if there's a maturation effect, a general trend that was happening in the dependent variable that had nothing to do with the workshop, you would detect it here. 2 would be higher than 1. So now you see if 3 is higher, you know how much is due to X and how much was due to the general background trend. You see this is a better design? You can make a stronger claim. You have more confidence with this design. So we will do those differences to figure out what the effect, well, how much the change was because of X versus anything else. Then we can get to the really good design, go up, then take the manipulation back out again. The dependent variable should go back down. If it's actually causing the change, it will go up when you put it, and it will go back down when you take it out. So you could do that. Looks like that. Make an observation, put in the manipulation, measure. Wait a while, measure. Take out the manipulation, measure. This is getting to be very strong evidence that X is causing the change. Very strong confidence. This is getting very time consuming and very expensive. This one requires 4 separate measurements of all the same people and all that time passing. So this is now a judgment call for you to make. How much budget have you got? How much time have you got? You're going to start a study and you would like to get the results back in 6 months so you can analyze and then spend 6 months writing and publish next year. Or you're going to do a study and it's not even a longitudinal study, it's a cross-sectional study, but this is going to take 2 years for us to get the data. Is it worth it? This gives more proof, more confidence that your conclusion is true, but takes a long time to do, costs a lot to do. The budget for this one is 4 times higher than the budget for the first one. But the results are much more confident and you will publish in a higher level journal. Your judgment call. Some people will deal with this by saying, if I'm going to do one of these long and expensive, I might do this, where you take your population of participants, your respondents, and you measure them, the first test, retest, and then we're going to do several things in parallel. We will split them into 3 groups. One group will be the control group, and we won't do anything to them. Second group, we will make the manipulation and measure them again. Third group, we will make a different manipulation and measure them again. And so now we're getting 2 studies at the same time. We'll have a study where we can compare this one to this one, and we'll see what the effect of this manipulation is. We have a study where you compare this result to that result. We have a conclusion about this one. So this is one idea for if you try to do a good experiment, it gets very time consuming and costly. But if we do multiple manipulations, at least for all that effort, we get 2 papers. So we can run ones in parallel. That's one way. There's another way, which is to run them in series, where we will pre-test and test because of the background maturation. We will do a manipulation and test to see its effect. And then we will do the next manipulation and stack them in series. Different ways of trying to make it worthwhile to do those long and costly approaches. Not many people do this. Most people do the first diagram, which I showed you, which is just go in and measure. I'll measure once, 7.3, and claim the workshop is a success. That's what lots of people do. That is not good research, and that will not be published in reputable outlets. So, first time now that I want to start to measure some of the mention some of the research ethics things, because what we're doing here when we do real experiments is we are manipulating the world. We are putting in the manipulation. That's fine if your field is physics. I want to know about the absolute zero and measure it, and then I will warm it up and measure it. You can do that, no ethical issues at all. But this does not work in social sciences. You know, my field in business. There's this theory that says in a business, if you replace the CEO, her, and put in an entrepreneurial CEO, her, business will be more successful. That's what the theory says. So what am I going to do? I'm going to actually go to a real, you can't do that with real people's lives. In social science, you can't do manipulations. Sometimes, like the medical researchers know all of this stuff. They're the experts on this kind of stuff because you get interesting ethical issues that are not, at least they weren't obvious to me. Like if my manipulation is testing the efficacy of a drug, So, and I think this drug works, but I haven't proven it yet. So I don't have a approval to sell this drug, but I really believe it. I want to test it. So I'm going to get a whole bunch of people who have the disease and give the drug to half of them. You can't do that. You have a drug that you think works and you're going to deny it to half the people? That's unethical. So as I say, the medical people know all about this kind of stuff, but other areas is, why is this slide back here? Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. The conclusion from that is in many disciplines, you cannot run on people is unethical. So we do the next best thing. You cannot in social sciences already have the manipulation. It has already happened to them. They already freely chose to do it to themselves before I even met them. I have no blame. I will have a group who have the manipulation and a group who do not have the manipulation, and I will compare them. And I will claim if the manipulated group have a higher score, I will claim that the manipulation caused their higher score. And you should see right away that that's not a solid conclusion. They might have the higher score for all kinds of reasons. But that's the best I can get. I can compare cases, those with or without the manipulation. Yeah, here was an example, just an example of that. I was once on a research expedition. We were climbing on Mount Everest. And one of the members was a researcher. He has research, commercial research published or funded by NASA about testing the effects of oxygen deprivation on the brain. And it affects their sleep and it affects their reasoning abilities and all of this. NASA wants to know if they send astronauts to Mars, how will they know if those astronauts are getting sick? So they were trying to develop ways of detecting this. So they said, let's put people in an environment with not enough oxygen, and so their brains start to atrophy. They couldn't get that approved by the ethics board. Go figure. But what they could do is find people like high altitude mountaineers who already were willing to put themselves in a low oxygen environment. 8,000 meters up, there's no oxygen, and they went there themselves. It's not our fault. So you find people in the manipulated condition and you could compare them. So there I was all wired up being measured. Okay, so that's, go back there for a second. So this is the idea, choose the methodology that suits the research question. Are you exploring? Are you trying to build theory? Are you trying to test theory? If you can run an actual experiment where you are going to manipulate the independent variable, do that. That is the best of proving causal relationship. And depending on your budget and your time that you can spend, pick an experimental design that has multiple observations as much as you can afford. That gives you the strongest conclusion. If you can't do that because of budget or time constraints or because of these ethical issues, then you do a quasi-experiment. You find people who are already in the manipulated condition and compare them to people who are not. I have a board or a lunch is ready. So I think right here, where we're about now changing to the second topic, would be a good place to stop. So I'm going to turn it over. Juliet, do you want to tell us what to do here? I'm going to stop presenting. When we come back after lunch, I'll just pick up here as if we hadn't stopped at all. Statement. I've taken the research question and I've elaborated more of what I want to look at, why I want to look at it, and what it will take me to do that. So that's the next level. Why am I bothering to do this? In order to not waste my time, in order to make sure that I haven't accidentally picked a bad territory or an unimportant research question. The worst thing that you can do is do all of this work of researching something, of collecting data and getting grant money and doing analysis and managing RAs and all of that sort of stuff. And at the end of it, find out that what you discovered is unimportant. So the danger is that you will convince yourself to do a bad project. So first reason to write this research statement, to elaborate the research question into that full paragraph, is to make sure that you haven't tricked yourself, that you're going to do something that is important, that it is high quality, and that you are likely to succeed. Because the second worst problem is you decide to do this research project and discover that you can't get the data, or it costs more money to do it than you have, or that it requires skills that you don't have, and you spent 6 months working on this project and now you have to give up. So to make sure to convince yourself that it's a project worth doing, and then secondarily, to be able to convince other people. And Mike has already talked about granting agencies and what they care about and how you persuade them that your research is worthy and deserves their support. But they're not the only people that you need to convince. You may need to convince other collaborators and co-investigators, all the people who control resources, including the university who controls your time, all the other people who may support you. So being able to say it in this paragraph form gives you legitimacy. Say, I'm going to do this research question, and I'm doing it for important reasons, and I have a realistic plan of how I'm going to do it. So then people think this may actually succeed. So to make it even easier, in the deck, I have this as a template for this research statement. You just fill in the blanks. The one that I just showed you on the previous slide is this template. I took that research question and I put it into this template. It's a worthwhile exercise. It doesn't take long to do, but that paragraph, it becomes a very useful paragraph for telling people, not just granting agencies, telling all kinds of people, telling your department chair or head of the section or other academics what it is that you're planning to do. What is it that you're working on these days? And you can say, I'm doing this and I'm doing it in this way, and I'm going to do this with my results, and etc. So I encourage you to think about doing that for your projects. Then the third level of doing this as a research proposal is a multi-page document that goes through all of these kinds of things in some detail. So we've already talked about yesterday the literature review to show that I'm up to date in my field. I know where the field stands. I'm up on all the latest literature. And therefore, when I say that there is this gap, this missing next step, and that has become my research question, that is credible. People will believe me. So we do these kinds of things, the method that's going to be used, which we talked about before lunch, everything else that we're going to do, including details about how the project will be conducted. So what the research question that goes into there, we've already talked about that. That was yesterday's seminar. The practical implications that it has, what the implication it has on theory, and it's something that can be answered. Those are all things we covered yesterday in deciding, is this a high quality research question? Then we're into the methodology choice. We are making choices now based on this morning's stuff of what methodology is the appropriate one to answer that question. And so I would like to talk about these 4 points. The first one is everything that we've been talking about so far has assumed basically a positivist approach. There is an objective reality out there and I'm going to measure it. That's appropriate for some research questions, many research questions in my discipline, management. But other research questions, that is not the appropriate lens to take, because that's looking for factual things that exist in the world, whereas many phenomena are driven by things that only exist subjectively. Never mind how tall he is, what does he feel about this? And that's the important factor. And if you're going to do that, you need a different approach, different kinds of measures. So you should understand for the research question you're trying to answer, what kind of ontology and what kind of epistemology, how the things that you want to measure, in what sense did they exist, in what sense can we know about them? That's a big subject we can go into for a whole separate talk. I will move on to the next one though. Appropriate to the question, if you want to know how something happens, maybe you should be doing qualitative study. I should admit, I was mentioning to somebody, actually, I got called on the carpet at lunch for the fact that this presentation is very biased. This is biased very much for quantitative research, objective, positivist, quantitative, numbers-oriented research, and absolutely guilty as charged. I say almost nothing about qualitative research in this module, and that's because I don't know anything about qualitative research. One day we should produce a module for qualitative research to add to this library. I'm just not the guy capable to do that. So I've confessed my failures here. I will have to continue though. If you want to know how something happens, you need to use some kinds of qualitative methods. So you're going to do case studies, comparative case studies, deep cases, ethnographic observations, all kinds of things there that tell you how the world works. If you want to start proving causal relationships about why it works that way, that's when you get into my area with quantitative approaches and you start getting numbers for things and empirical data to support it and doing statistical calculations and all of that sort of stuff. If you want to prove causal relationship, you want to say A causes B, you're going to have to do experiments. We talked about that. That's difficult in some fields for ethical reasons. If you are good enough or satisfied to just have correlations, A and B seem to go together. I think it's because there's a causal relationship. I actually prove that. Then we can do quasi-experiments. And that's how my discipline, the whole discipline works that way. So depending on what kinds of questions we have, it drives what method we will use. Now, some tips that trip up early researchers. One is this one, trying to do too much in one study. Think, I want to get this into a good journal. I'm going to study this phenomenon. I'm going to test this hypothesis and test this hypothesis, and I'm going to prove A and B, and I'm going to prove X and Y, and I'm going to collect all this data and do all these things in one study, and that will impress them. And so they'll publish my paper. And I used to do this all the time, and my papers were always rejected. It took me about 5 years before I finally learned that the journals don't like that. They like you to do one thing in a paper. If you have data that tests 5 different things, plan to write 5 different papers. One question in a paper with one theoretical perspective, with one hypothesis being proven, but you did that excellently. Everything done perfectly, one small thing. That's what they like. Don't try to do too many things. And it has to be feasible. We already talked a bit about feasibility things. Feasible in a few dimensions. So we already talked about feasible in terms of funding. If it costs more than the money that you have, you shouldn't do that research study. You'll run out of resources. If it requires equipment that you don't have, you shouldn't do that research study. If it requires time that you don't have, and the one that catches early career people, and when I was chairing my department, I would make a point for all my new hires. When we get hired, we're hired on a probation period. I assume it's similar here. A new professor gets hired on a 5-year probation. Different universities, different number of years. 5 years probation. And after 5 years, if your teaching evaluations are all good, and if you've published enough papers in a good enough journal, they give you tenure. You have similar here? Yeah? It would be nice, yeah? So I have to advise those junior researchers for one thing, the example up here, longitudinal studies. If you're going to do a longitudinal study, which is I'm going to measure, and then next year I'm going to measure again, and then a year later I'm going to measure again and follow them for 5 years, whether it's empirical quantitative number stuff or even case study, but I'll visit this site every 5 years and watch the story of their development or something. It's a great idea, wonderful study, very, very exciting to do. High risk, because you can spend 5 years and then maybe no good result comes. Sometimes that you collect the data and there's no effect there. But now your clock has run out and they say, what did you publish in your probation period there, Dave? Nothing? You did a 5-year longitudinal study and don't have a paper? Get out. Publish or perish, let's say they say, right? So you can't do that pre-tenure. You have to do cross-sectional studies, even if you wanted to do the other stuff. So it has to be feasible. Then okay, good. We did that. We found our research question. We went off and we collected our data. Later, I'm going to talk about collecting data, like doing surveys and things like that. When you have all our data, you have to do some analysis to see what the answer is. What does the reality tell us? We know what the theory predicts, but what does the data tell us is the actual truth? And then we will know whether the theory is right or not. Because the world is always correct. If the theory doesn't match, the theory is wrong. So we go through the analysis. Thank you. And the three things that will trip up early people, one is you must use the up-to-date methods. When I started, if you wanted to show some relation that A and B are causing X, you could write it, you could collect the data, you could measure A and B and X for 200 people and go into some statistics software and do some regression equation, ordinary least squares regression. And you would write X as an equation equals A plus B plus C. And you could get published doing that. Not anymore. In my discipline, a regression equation is terrible. That is so basic. It has so many errors imposed in it. The assumptions are not true. There are much better statistical analysis techniques. And if you want to get published in good journals, they will say, we expect you to use those techniques. This regression stuff that you're doing. Nobody has been doing that for 10 years. You need to be up to date. And that is discipline specific. So you need to know in your discipline, by looking at your A-level journals, what types of analysis they say are good enough. So you have to be up to date on it. And then you have to do it correctly. You have to, so I'm going to use, so in my discipline, least squares regressions got replaced with structural equation. So I had to go and learn what that was because you have to do it correctly. And they're typically harder than the old method. That's why we used to use the old method, because it was easy. You have to do it correctly. So the right method done correctly. And then this one sinks. When I'm a reviewer, I review for many journals. I get papers coming in and I can tell that this is a new, inexperienced researcher because they will have done all the mathematics correctly. But then the number that they get at the end doesn't answer the question. They said a research question, which matters more, education or gender? And they go and collect this data, they do all this statistics, and at the end, they come up and the answer is 7. So you should be in a position where when I calculate the final statistic, if it's positive, I will know gender matters. If it is negative, I will know education matters. Then you come out, you do all the calculation, and it comes out and it says 7. And you say, that's positive. Now I know which it is, gender or education. If you pose the research question at the start of the paper, then after page 27 of the paper, when you finish showing the results and the calculations and it came out to a final answer, you have to say how that number answers the question. There are lots of papers floating around having a hard time finding a publisher for them, where they ask a really interesting question, but the calculations and data that they use, they never answer the question. Okay, analysis. So then we go out and we collect data. Let me jump straight into these points here. I'm just going to skip a few slides for interest of time. Some of these things about the project planning and that is directly the same as in the grant application process that Mike has talked about. You need to know what needs to be done, by when, how much resource will it require. So then we need to know what kinds of skills and what kinds of equipment and what kinds of partners we will need. We will need to know how much money we will need. I think this kind of stuff, Mike knows way better than me. Sorry, buddy, I'm throwing you over there. This kind of thing, budgeting research projects, right? All of that stuff needs to be worked out. This is the day and modules of doing the research. And so this is where we start spending this money and doing these activities. What Mike has pointed out is all of this has to be figured out in advance because the granting agency is going to want to see it because they're trying to decide whether you are credible and therefore they can give you the money. But even if you don't have a granting agency, because maybe you have enough money, you still need to do all of this for your own use. Oh, okay, sources of money, we've talked about these ones. All right, so now we go and get some data. We have a research question, we have a methodology, we've decided on all of that, and therefore we need to get this kind of data from these kinds of people in order to determine the answer. We may do primary or secondary. Primary data means we're going to go out and get it ourselves. So we're going to question people, we're going to interview people, we're going to give them surveys or questionnaires, and we're going to collect data about them. Secondary data is somebody else already collected it. There's a database out there. There's some agency that already collects this. Some government agency has a huge database that you can just go and get and then do calculations from. Primary data, lots of ways of getting it. Depends on what it is that we're measuring. So back to the theory is built on constructs, but now we're dealing with the operationalization of it, of measurable things, lots of different things to measure. And some constructs, so we saw in love, lots of possible ways to measure love, lots of possible ways to operationalize the construct of love. Some are easier to measure than others. Maybe you should pick the ones that are easy to measure, that are quick, that are cheap. Lots of different ways of getting data. In my area, the easiest way, send out a survey. Yeah. So I think that's true in many disciplines. The easiest way to get data is send out a survey and get people to answer a bunch of questions. So it's so common that in this module, and indeed in the next module, I have material around doing surveys. I don't think we'll go in a whole lot of detail, but you as trainers will have access to all of the slides. Lots of things on doing surveys, and I will just give the spoiler alert here. Surveys are way harder to do than you think. Everybody thinks it's easy to write a survey. You just put a bunch of questions on a page or on a web page somewhere, Google Forms, and you send people there. Yeah, and you will get answers. If you ask people questions, they will tell you stuff, but you won't get the truth. Getting the truth in a survey is very difficult. So that's a subject coming up. Secondary sources, all these kinds of commercial databases or other documents that can be analyzed. So I'm in business, and so that means money and businesses and things. Go and get the company's financial statements, get a grad student to type all the numbers into your database. You don't have to survey anybody. You don't have to interview anybody. It's very nice if you happen to have a research question that the operationalization is a bunch of measures that exist in a secondary database. You with me? If you're in that situation, that is a very happy situation. You just get the data and then you do the calculation and you answer your question. If you have to go out and get new primary data, this is an unhappy place because it's very difficult, very time consuming, and can be very expensive to get enough good data from people. Getting data is the hardest part of this quantitative doing the project. Figuring out before that, the difficult thing was, is my research question a high quality one? Is it worth me spending time on? Once you've settled that, the next biggest thing is getting data. So much so that if you have this is when I was doing my PhD, what my supervisor told me was, if you have a good data set, you have many measures that were collected from hundreds of respondents, it's like sitting on a pile of gold. Everybody will want to partner with you. Whatever their project is, if you have data that is useful to them, they will love you. Collecting data is so difficult that if you have data, it's a very good resource. I think I will skip this one today. So we go straight to this. Go and collect data. Maybe we just ask a survey or any of those other methods. The biggest challenges, the two big challenges, internal and external validity. You have a number, you have data. Is it any good or not? Is it telling you the truth or not? So we have to make sure that we have valid data. So for instance, we may have collected data that might have been influenced by other factors. There may be bias in this data that we don't know about. And if we just do it naively, use this data to answer our question, we will get a false answer. And you won't know that it's false. So you still try to publish it. And then 2 years later, somebody else will come along with a better study, with better data, and prove that you were wrong, and which is not good for your reputation. There could be lots of other sorts of things going on. The only one that we've talked about so far that we're talking about today is this one of maturation. If you're taking an observation, a pre-test, then the phenomenon happens in a post-test. It's possible that those numbers are different because of the manipulation. That's what the theory says. But it's possible that the numbers are different just because time has passed and something else is going on in the world. So lots of possible ways that the data could lack internal validity. Lots and lots. We can do this for quite some time. The other one is external validity, that even if that data is correct, and therefore we're drawing the right conclusions from it, it might not be useful to the world at broader. Earlier today, I made the comment about how much of the business research is based on data that was collected by world people in North America. For them, this answer is true. Does that have anything to do with the rest of the world? People who are 60 years old? People who live in other places? It's not that the answer is false, it's just not very useful. It has a lack of external validity. Lots of things that can happen there. Okay, so we're going to go and collect data. This is the part on data management. We're going to go collect all this data. We're going to maybe do a survey or interviews or something to get this data, and we're going to record it in a database, writing it down in a big Excel spreadsheet or something. What kind of data can we collect? What kinds of things can we ask? So different kinds of questions will get us different kinds of data. I'm going to skip some of this. There are lots of kinds of data, and this is a very detailed thing. The reason I'm skipping this is you have the slides. You can always look at it again. This is the kind of thing that most graduate programs will teach in their methodology courses. Different kinds of data can be used in different kinds of calculations. The favorite one I like to trip people up with, is it on there? Likert questions. Did everybody know what a Likert question is? That's that question where, how much do you agree with this statement? 1 to 5, strongly agree, strongly disagree. You've seen questions like that. We've all answered surveys using Likert questions, yeah? People will collect that and they'll get a big Excel sheet full of question numbers and who answered and what the score is. Got a 3 here and a 4 there and a 2 and a 1 and a 1 and a 5. And then they will take that data and do some kind of calculation like a regression equation or something. And they will use that data to try to prove, yes, A and B cause X. Because when I regress X on A and B, I get positive and significant coefficients in the regression equation. I'm probably getting way too technical here. They will claim that that's true, but it's not. Likert questions cannot be used in regression because they're in the wrong category. And almost nobody knows that. Fortunately, reviewers often don't know that, and so they let it slide. But so this is very technical, very detailed kind of thing here, but every once in a while, an issue comes out that can trip you up. So if you happen to have a savvy reviewer and they say, why are you doing a regression model using Likert question data? They've got you. That's a mistake. Yeah, okay, more of the same. Yeah, there they are, Likert questions. Variations on Likert questions. All kinds of different questions similar to, yeah, this is that issue. People treat Likert data as if it's ratio data and it's not, it's ordinal data. You can't actually use it for that purpose. Fortunately, you can usually get away with it. Top level journals won't let you get away with that. And if this stuff, if you're like me, this stuff is already getting too confusing for me, it's getting too technical for me, then I want a partner in my research on my team who's a statistics guru who knows these kinds of things. And they will tell me, oh, you can't do that, but there's this other thing you can do. You can do this generalized least squares model regression, and it handles Likert data. I don't even know what he's talking about, but okay, you can calculate it. All I know is if I want to get into a top level journal, I better talk to that guy because he will catch these kinds of issues. Yeah, I better cover this. It's leading up to a better point. Sometimes people then will have all the things I want to measure. I have questions for every construct in my model. That makes sense? I take this construct, I turn it into an operational measure, and that's then going to turn into a question on my survey. So if my model says A and B cause C, I will have the operational version of A, B, and C. So that's 3 questions on a survey. Sometimes I will ask multiple questions. I will have several questions that are all versions of A. So construct A was love. I will have a question about how much time do you spend together? I'll have a question about how many gifts do you buy each other? I'll have a question. You can have, so one construct could turn into multiple questions on the survey. So I will take all of these I will ask all of those, rate 1 to 5, how important is it that he buys you gifts? And then she will score 1 to 5. Also, there's all my questions. And then sometimes people will decide, oh, I would like to know, how much of these things you have. But then I also want to know how important it is. Because it's possible he doesn't buy me gifts. That's because I don't like gifts. So while he scores low on the gifts, that doesn't mean he scores low on love. Actually means scores high. He respects my preferences. So they'll decide to ask, I have 12 questions on my survey measuring my constructs, and then I will have 12 more questions about, and how important is each one? And that sounds very attractive. It said, yeah, definitely, that makes sense. It's not enough to measure how much there is, but also I should measure whether it matters or not. So now I've doubled the length of my survey. And if you start making surveys long, you start getting bad answers. First of all, lots of people will go, I would have answered 5 or 6 questions. Sure, I'll help you out with your survey. This has got 37 questions on it. I'm not answering. And now your response rate goes down. So it's hard to get lots of surveys. In order to get 200 responses to do your calculations with, you may have to approach 1,000 people, because most people are not willing to answer 37 questions on a survey. And the ones who are will get tired halfway through. And when they get tired, they start lying. We've all been the guy answering the survey. I have a whole section I'm going to skip over later, so I'm going to just touch on it here, of the different ways that people lie on surveys. One of which is, I'm tired. Yeah, okay. Yes, 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 yes. That's one. Another one is, you're asking me how much I agree or disagree. And before I got your survey, I had a fight with my wife. My fault. It's always my fault. I had a fight with my wife. So now I come into work and I'm in a bad mood. And now you ask me your survey. Sure, I'll answer your survey. Hey, it's only 12 questions. Okay, no problem. No, 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 no. That'll teacher. Right? There's a million ways that and when you get this data, because it was collected by your graduate student, you won't know that any of this happened. You won't know that this guy got tired halfway through and went, yes, 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 whatever. And you won't know that I got it and went, no, no, no. Because when I went, no, and scratched right through the paper, you don't get the paper. You just get the Excel sheet that the graduate student prepared for you. So you think you have good data, but it's complete nonsense. Right? So yes, sometimes things are very attractive, very sexy attraction to say, I should measure the score, but I should also measure how important that score is. And you think you're being clever, but you are shooting your own foot, because you will get data, but it won't be the truth. I think I can skip that. We talked earlier, I mentioned just in passing that sometimes you take a construct and you operationalize it in several ways. So if I want to measure how much love he has, for whom, I might ask 3 questions on my survey. I might ask 10 questions on my survey. If I think I can get away with 10 questions with him becoming tired and lying, I will ask 10. Because if there is love there, all of those 10 should score high. Or they should all score low. They will all go up and down together. And that's the idea of a scale. Sometimes you measure something with a scale, which is many questions. Look at that example. There's 6 questions that are all really asking about the same abstract construct. They look to be different questions. You hope that the person answering won't recognize that they're really all the same question. And they will answer them independently, and then you can look and see, did they all get a similar score? How much variation is within those? That is so much better than asking 1 question per construct. This is very common. So common that for some constructs that are like a construct that is very often used in your field, there will be the standard scale. Everybody uses that scale. If you want to measure love, here's the standard 8 questions you ask. That's great. If you can find a standard scale that is well accepted in your field, so in your good A-level journals, anytime anybody ever wanted to measure love, what questions they used? Use the same questions. That's the ones that everybody agrees they all together measure the construct. If you can't find an existing scale, you may have to make one of your own. You could operationalize your construct into a single question. That would be easy, but maybe the question won't get you the truthful answer. Maybe the person answering the survey will misunderstand the question. But if you ask the same thing in 8 different ways, they'll get it right. So you may decide to create your own scale, and there's a process to it. It's a whole topic unto itself. Something about virus checking. There we go. There we go. Okay, this is the process to create a new scale. If you want to measure a construct that no one ever produced a scale for before, and you would like to use a new scale because asking it 8 different ways is better than asking one question only, you're more likely to get the truth, you can create a scale by following this process. But it's a long process to make sure that all of the 8 questions that you settle on, are they really measuring the same thing? Maybe 6 of them are measuring love and 2 of them are measuring affection. And those aren't the same thing. Maybe, I don't know, it's not my field. So there's a process to go through, and that you can go and read about. Go on Google Scholar and how to create a scale, and you will find that papers that tell you how to do this, but that's the basics of the process. The reason I'm bringing it out here is it's a good thing for early career researchers. If you are dealing with a new construct, which you might be doing because you're the fresh eyes in the field, you might be thinking, I've read this other literature that all these old guys don't know about. So you bring in a new construct and there isn't a scale for it. So you're going to create one so you have good data. That is so valuable to everybody after you, because once you publish your scale, they're all going to use it too. That if you go through this effort to create a new scale, that by itself is a publishable paper. And I've done that twice. A construct that was not being well measured in my field, I went and had a project, hired a student. We went through this process and created a new scale. It had 7 questions on it. It measured this construct. You don't care. It's an entrepreneurial intention construct. Here's this scale. I published it, and everybody else in the field, whoever wants to measure that construct, will now use that scale because it saves them from this effort. That's my most highly cited paper. That paper, well, there's always a most. What are you applauding? There's always a thing down the top of the list, just like there's always somebody who graduates bottom of the class, right? That's my most highly, now I'll give you something to applaud. It's cited more than 600 times. I didn't have any great idea. I just did this. You could do that too. If you want to get your publication citation numbers up, increase your H index. You guys know what an H index is? Google Scholar will calculate it for you. It's how many of your papers and how many times they were cited. And they calculate this special number, and that's how we compare how good a researcher are you. What's your H? Oh, your H is 37. That's bigger than mine. So, right? Because it's so valuable to have a scale. So that's, I needed this scale, and once I produced it, it turns out many other people needed it, and it gets you a whole bunch of citations. Yeah, valuable research publication on its own. Where possible, we try to reuse scales. That's why if you create one, everybody else will reuse yours as well. It's such a hard thing to take an abstract construct and turn it into operationalized measures, several of them that measure the same thing, so we can ask all the questions and then we'll just take the average score. And that's a really good measure of that construct. Such a valuable thing. So in most of my research, wherever possible, the constructs that are in the model I'm testing, I look in the literature, find a scale that is well accepted. Everybody uses the Jones 1998 scale for measuring love. That's the one I'm going to use. Because if I use that, the journal is going to go, okay, he's using Jones, good. If I do something else, if I use my own scale, or if I just use a single question, the reviewer will be thinking, why isn't he using Jones? Does he think this question is better than the Jones scale? Who is this guy? Maybe he doesn't even know about Jones. He hasn't even done his homework properly. He hasn't read in his field. All of that is making the reviewer want to reject my paper. It's much easier to find a good scale, a good one from a good ranked journal, highly ranked journal that measures the construct you want. Just use that scale. You should be spending your time proving the theory, growing the theory. You shouldn't be having arguments with reviewers about how you operationalized and measured the thing. Use the well-accepted scale. This is so much done by researchers that you can have a whole industry selling scales. Psychology does this all the time. I had one project where I needed to measure creativity because I was looking about creativity, artistic creativity and entrepreneurship with this idea, the hypothesis that more creative and artistic people became better entrepreneurs because they were more creative and innovative in their businesses. For that, I need to measure how creative you are. Can't ask a question like that. If you ask somebody how creative they are, they're either going to say, I'm very creative, or more commonly, they'll say, I'm not creative at all. That's no good. I need a number. I need a scale. I need a range. Turns out there's already an existing scale. And if you pay $5 per respondent, you can use that scale. Better if you find a scale that's in the literature that you don't have to pay for. But sometimes people sell these things. And there are entire handbooks of these. So these are some from my discipline. There may be others in your discipline where there's an entire handbook which has just page after page of scales. This is the construct. Here's the 7 questions you ask. This is the construct you want. Here's the 12 questions you ask. And a whole book full of them. Use them. They save you so much trouble and prevent you from making mistakes about. I have one colleague, he always gets in trouble with the journals. He never ends up published. He does really interesting studies, but he never gets published in good journals because he always makes up his own questions on his survey. And the reviewers are going, how do you know this question measures the construct? It's a faulty operationalization. And he has no good answer. Or they'll say, yeah, it might be okay to ask that question, but why did you only ask 1 instead of asking like 5 or 6 and making a scale that's more reliable? And he has no answer. Or they'll say, why didn't you use the Jones scale? And he'll say, what Jones scale? And they throw his paper out. So there's a whole world of pre-existing scales for almost every construct. And if you want to use a construct where there isn't an existing scale, maybe you should have a separate research project to create one, and then everybody will copy your scale. Yeah, I think I said that one. All right. Last thing I want to say in this module, what time does this module end? Does anybody know? JB's out? Okay, maybe I'll try to end it a little bit early, just to be safe here. I said, very often people collect empirical quantitative data via survey. So often that we have all been surveyed. We all know this. It's very frequent because it's easy and it's cheap. It used to be print off the survey and get some student to stand on the street corner, go to the shopping mall and get people to fill it in. Now you put it up onto some website, you put it on Google Forms or SurveyMonkey or one of these sites, and you just send out the URL and people go there and they electronically fill in the survey. So I want to caution here that some of the pitfalls in surveying. Surveying is a great technique if you know its limitations. And this is all the kind of stuff that surveys are good for and the issues that come up. So I'm just going to touch quickly on some of these, the pros and cons of surveying. First issue is, I have a survey in mind. I want to ask 27 questions. A little bit long. Maybe I'll have to be nice to people to make them answer the question or something. First issue is, what order do you ask the questions in? You have the exact same 27 questions, but if you ask them in this order or in this order, you will get a different answer. It matters what order you ask them in. So we're going to work on that and test things. Other ways of getting data. I'm skipping these ones. I want to get to surveys. So we're going to take the survey and give it to a bunch of people. How many people? Which people? How many people do we have to get to ask? How many surveys back do we need? Different fields, you get different results. In my field, if I send out 100 surveys, maybe I'll get 20 back. In order to do the statistical calculation that I want to do using the latest state-of-the-art calculation technique, which is mine is structural equation modeling, I need 300 responses. But only 20% of the ones that I ask, do I get one? And I need 300. That's a lot of people I have to ask. So how many people do you need? If you don't have enough respondents, you can't do the statistics calculation. At least my partner, my friend who does all my calculations for me, he says, oh, you want to do that kind of calculation? You must have at least 60 people. So if it's sample, if your data is too small, there'll be calculation analytical methods that you can't use. There's some other analytical method you can use. There's always a method, but they will produce results. There's a technique you can use with a sample size is only 10. But the conclusion that it will give you is not as strong as the other techniques. So you need to have a big enough sample size. Some of my colleagues who use secondary data have huge data sets. They get a government data set where there's 10,000 people in it. And they have the opposite problem. If you have too few samples in the data set, you can't get a conclusion from the statistics. But if you have too many, the statistics will find every conclusion. Everything is significant. So there's an issue to be worked out how big a sample size in order to answer the question that you want. Then is this question, it's called sample frame, which is whose answers do I want? For some questions, I care what just the average person thinks. And so I could have a student go down to the shopping plaza and ask, stop every 7th person that walks by. I don't care how old they are. I don't care male or female. I don't care whether they're rich or poor. Just stop every 7th person and get a survey from them. But for some questions, I don't want every man's opinion. I don't want her opinion. I want opinion only of certain people who meet criteria. Only the people who have a knowledgeable opinion. So what research question are you trying to answer? Who are the people who are knowledgeable on that topic? So the unit of analysis, the level of analysis, who's knowledgeable about that? Here's one from a study that I once did. I only want to hear the answer from people who match all of those criteria. If there's something on that list that you do not have, please do not do my survey. So the student who was given the job, go collect data, they would first have to check all of these. Hello, sir. Are you employed? Yes. Have you been employed for at least 2 years? Yes. And they said, yes, I was employed in a very small company. It was only 7 people. Thank you. Have a good day, sir. No survey for you. Okay. Why those criteria? Because the theory that I'm trying to test it says it works on those people. Or the phenomenon that I'm trying to investigate is something that only those people would know about. So part of your job when getting into the planning of the project is to figure out, to test my hypothesis, who is the informed person, and therefore what is my sample frame? In a survey design, if we decide to go on to one of these electronic survey things, these would be the first questions on the survey. We would ask, are you employed? Yes, no. How many years employed? If you say no, it says, thank you, have a nice day, and it sends you away. If they say yes, how many years? If they say yes, if they say how big is the company, and so on. And all of these questions come first. These are a bunch of demographic questions that are screening the respondents so that we only collect the data from the people who match the sample frame. If you just, this is not a major point, but I'll just say it in passing, if you decide that the people that you want to hear from, you have to ask the survey in their preferred language. If you ask it in a different language, maybe they don't speak it well, and therefore they will misunderstand your questions. If you're going to do a survey in a language that is not your language, for instance, I once had to collect data from people in Thailand. I don't know any of the Thai language. You have to get somebody to translate it. But you can't be sure that that person has translated it correctly. So I ask you to translate into Thai. He sent me back the Thai version. Now I have to find a second translator who doesn't know and say, will you please translate this back into English? And then I look, does the new one match what I started with? Then you know you have a correct translation. It's been translated and back translated. And that was the version that I gave to the Thai people to answer the survey. I'm gonna skip that stuff. So we're going to go off and survey. Sometimes within the sample frame, sometimes you want answers from anybody, random person on the street. So you tell the student, go to the mall, every 7th person, ask them. We say every 7th person because that randomizes the sample. If you sample everybody, if I sample you and then the next person next to you, probably you know each other. Probably you have interests. Maybe you're related. Maybe that's your husband. Maybe that's your coworker. Whatever you think, he very likely thinks similar. And now I've biased the sample. So we do every 7th person because 7 people later, not affected by you at all. Just that simple thing of, we say we'll get a random sample. Random is a very difficult thing to achieve. We say that all the time. We'll collect a random bunch. How do you do that? Even this 7th person is not truly random because these are all people who go to the shopping and they're all people who go to the shopping at that time of day. The people with full-time job are not there. It's very difficult to get a truly random sample. Yeah, so that's that point. Sometimes we don't want a random sample. Sometimes we want to make sure that we heard the voice of everybody. So let's say there's a minority group in the society. So I'm in Canada. Most people in Canada speak English, but what would you say Francophone percentage is around 25% or something? Doesn't matter. Okay, 22%. I'm making it up, but you won't know. 22% of people in Canada are French speaking, Francophones. And so maybe for my study, I want to make sure that I heard both what the Anglophones think and what the Francophones think. And if I do a random sample, it will have mostly Anglo voices in it. I will know what they think, and their opinion will overwhelm the view of the French people. So I should deliberately select the number of respondents correct for that. I will stratify the sample. I will tell the student, go out and collect me 300 responses, make sure 20% of them are Anglos and 80% of them are French to adjust for this. Within that French group, make it random. Every 7th French person to adjust for it. So sometimes we want a random sample and sometimes, and this stratification is just one of many cases where we don't want random because random wouldn't tell us the whole story. I'll throw this one out here. We have just enough time. This is an exercise that I throw into when I teach methodology sometimes because of this issue. So it's unconnected. I've changed topics now, but last thing I'm going to do is give you this exercise. I've just finished telling the students that the hardest thing about empirical quantitative research is collecting the data. You create a survey, you put it online on one of these survey hosting sites, you send out the URL in your social media, hey, please fill in my survey, and you put it on Instagram and you put it on TikTok, and I guess there you'd have to do a dance or something. Please do my survey. And you get all this data. It's so difficult. It's so time consuming because I need 300 respondents. It's so difficult. That's the hardest part of this kind of research is collecting the data, that it's worth knowing that there's another way to get data. And it's called Amazon's Mechanical Turk. This is just a little tidbit for you. It might be useful for you in your research one day or something that you can share with your participants when you run your workshop. Does anybody ever heard the expression a mechanical Turk before? There was this invention created back in the 18th century, 1770. There was this desk and a wooden robot. The guy there with the red turban on is made of wood, a robot, and he plays chess. And you could go up to this thing and you could move your piece. So you're playing white. You move the pawn and the robot would go and move its piece. And then you would move your next piece and the robot would move its piece. And you would go like that and the robot would beat you. The robot beats you at chess. 18th century. No computer, no nothing. Everybody was amazed. Oh, this mechanical Turk. A Turk because he was dressed like a Turkish man and he's mechanical. It's like, and he has a brain, a mechanical brain. And everybody was fooled by this because inside there was a guy hiding in the desk. And he was watching what you move was. And he said, oh, okay, that move. And the guy is a good chess player. He says, oh, you move pawn to there. I should move rook over to in front of king. I don't even play chess. So, I can make this up. Rook to king 7. And he would grab the lever and move the robot arm so it would pick up the right piece and put it in the right place. You thought you were playing a robot. No, you were playing this guy. He was hiding. Amazon created something where, and so it's available, not on here. Yeah, there it is. Go to that website. Don't go now. Wait till the break. Go to that website. Amazon has built a robot that will give you answers for research or will give you data. It will give you data. It's not a robot. It's being faked. What they're doing behind the scene is they are giving your questionnaire out to people. And Amazon talks to half the people on the planet. Go to an Amazon website, go to Amazon.com and buy something. Amazon has access to all of these people. And what Amazon will do is say, if you will fill in this survey, we will pay you $50. There are lots of people who $50? It takes me like 10 minutes to answer your survey, right? Especially if I just go, no, 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 give me the money. Yeah. So you could go there and for $100, you could get 1,000 responses on your survey. Great. Yeah, but they're all lying, right? Somebody did a study on the validity of the answers you get back from the Mechanical Turk, and it's as good as what you get from a shopping mall survey. The people who answer this don't lie any more than anybody else does. It has been rigorously validated. I can't believe that this is true. It does not match my common sense. My common sense is telling me I can't trust that data. Apparently you can. So if you want sometimes, or your students or somebody who needs data desperately, you spend a few dollars on this website and you tell it, here's my survey is on this over my survey hosting site. You give the URL and you say how many surveys you want and how much you're willing to pay. It's not even $50. Some surveys you get, there's some people, I don't know, in Bangladesh or something, and they'll do a survey for 10 cents. Yeah. Okay, I want 5,000 surveys. And I'm thinking, I'm going to go to the A-level journal. I've got 5,000 people in my data set. And it's been validated. So little extra thing there. So go do that, play with it. Okay, so that's the end of this one. We can take, I think tea break is coming soon. Yeah. I'm going to break now. Is that a good time? I'm checking with JB back there. What this module was trying to cover, right? There is a methodology suitable for wherever you are. If you are trying to do this exploration and description of phenomena, there are qualitative methods that are appropriate for that. Observation of people, interviewing of people, case studies. If you are trying to develop theories, there are methodologies appropriate for that. If you're trying to test theories that have concrete, objective, positivist answers, there are methodologies appropriate for that. So once you've chosen your research question, that will help you to choose what is the correct methodology. When you have chosen the methodology, all of which you're writing up in your research design documents, once you've chosen your appropriate methodology, now you can operationalize the constructs into questionnaires. If there's surveys, you can now put that survey up. Now you can have a student go and get people to answer your survey, or you can pay Amazon to do it for you. So that's the process. Back to the point that I've been saying since the very first module. Don't waste your time. First of all, for selfish career reasons, You want to publish good research that will increase your reputation, that will also increase the reputation of your university. So the senior people in the university will be happy with you, but it also makes you a more marketable commodity. You can now move to a better university if you are doing good research. It takes the same time, same money, same effort to do a bad study as a good one. Right? There's no savings on doing a bad study. So then don't do one. Choose a good research question, choose a good methodology, choose good operationalizations, get good data. After the break, we will do the last module for the day, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about how do you know that the data you collected is good or not. And so there I will talk a bit more about how surveys can sometimes give you bad data. Okay, that's it for me. Oh, no, I didn't mean that for this. I meant to hand it over to my friend there. Brother, take over, please.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the session. And yeah, maybe we should get some feedback on this module. For how many minutes? What? Mary, you said 1.5. Okay. So this module, how did it go? Is it relevant for our early careers? Is it something you would be excited to train early careers about? Could we shorten it a little bit? Could we give it more time? Do we make it practical? Do we add some music to the slide?
So JB, I want to jump in one more thing there. Just, can we shorten it? Can we add something? It's already very long. You saw I skipped many things already. I talked very briefly because you can later go and look at it. And if there's anything that's in the deck that is not clear to you, you just email me and we'll talk again more about it. We can Zoom or something. But the thing I have to show you is what I just went through here is only half of the material. Let me show you the next slide. There's a bunch of more slides. So when you are running your seminar, you can decide what your audience needs to know about, and you can draw from these ones as well. They all have speaker notes on them. And if that's not good enough, I'm only an email away. But what we just did, which was a lot, is still only half of the material on project planning. Okay? Lots of stuff there. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Dave. Some feedback from our participants.
Thank you so much, Prof. This was so good. Yeah, though somehow I think it's as you said, it's long and yet very rich. And I don't know if it's selfishness or maybe the greed of a human nature. Everything is needed, but at the same time, everything can't be.
Supposing we changed nothing about the content. We didn't add or subtract. Could we at least split it? Because that was an answer for an earlier one. It's too much in one sitting.
Yeah. So so I think from my perspective, in Africa, I think sometimes we celebrate more the journey than the destiny. It would have been okay to me. If I got maybe like 3 slides, I know this one I've really got it. Than going all the way up to the end, and then because some statements I would say statement and then I be internalizing it, like chewing on it. Then you go on the next thing. So maybe we could either split it or something, but majorly focusing on something until it is grasped, rather than going through the whole thing. But everything was interesting, though I think I missed some of the things before I internalized them.
These days I am becoming mean. I'm giving people 30 seconds. Olive is trying to bribe me. She doesn't know that.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that session. Usually that section of designing or methodology it has almost 10 subsections. If you were to look at what is the design of your, then you break down, it's around 10. Properly, yes. And you know, when you're mentoring master's students, because those are the ones that are doing most of the proposals that are up to that standard. Then some I want to say that actually this would take an entire day. You would break it into 3 sessions and probably you will get something meaningful. Now to us, it was okay because we have gone over it and over it. And some of the sessions we are jumping, we have also kissed them out. We have known what challenges actually most of those sections have. And I just want to allude to this, that actually when you fault the methodology, then you don't have any research you have done. So that's where the ethics actually starts. And if you really, you have bad science, bad ethics, you have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I've really personally learned as lots of concepts, turning concepts into methodologies to get feedback and the results, actually operationalizing research. Thank you for the intensive teaching. On making on the sample frame, would you mind to explain more to us about like sample size, sample formulas for sample size? It's critically challenging to many researchers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess I can say two more things about sample frame and sample size. And first on sample frame, the example that I sometimes use when I'm teaching that is if I want to know something about some public financial policy, what should be the policy on risk management of interbank loans or something, I will ask somebody who works at a bank. But I won't ask the janitor. I won't ask the teller. They all work at the bank too, but they don't know that subject. I won't ask many people who work in the bank, but there are some people who are expert in that topic, and that's the sample frame that I want. On the question of sample size, there's a technical answer to that, and I don't want to do it injustice. I'll just sketch the idea, and then I say, go on Google and look for this. What you're looking for is something called statistical power. If the effect that you're looking for, this manipulation causes a change in the dependent variable, but the effect is very minor, very subtle, you will need a larger sample. Okay? How much larger? There is a mathematical way to calculate it. There's a way to estimate how big this effect will be, and therefore how big. There are online things which are sample size calculators. And you say, I have a thing that is this, my effect is this big, and if I manipulate, I expect to have something in the order of between 1% and 5% change in the dependent variable. And you put those into that web page, and it will say, and therefore you need a sample of at least 250 or whatever. There's a mathematical way to calculate how big your sample needs to be to detect an effect of this magnitude. If the thing is very large, you will find it even with a small sample. But if the thing you are looking for is a very subtle effect, very small effect size, you will need a much larger sample. If you try to do it with a smaller sample, the statistics will still operate. And when you run this statistics software, calculate me this, it will always give you an answer. The computer never says, I don't know. The computer will always give you an answer, but if your sample size is not big enough, the answer the computer gives cannot be trusted. So if you want to do this right, you have to estimate the effect size, run this sample size calculator, this statistical power calculator, and it will tell you how big your sample has to be. So you need at least that many, maybe more. Otherwise, you will not be able to find the thing that you're looking for, even if it's there. So if you're trying to test a hypothesis, you think that this effect should have, this independent variable manipulation should change the dependent variable. But if your sample is too small, you won't find it in the statistics. unfortunately, I guess the main thing I would like people to take away is that is not a judgment call. That's not for you to decide. There's a precise mathematical way to work it out, and there are websites that will do that for you.
So, how many reactions are we One, two, three. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Start.
Thank you, Veronica speaking. Prof, I want to thank you. I think from the time I started, I think from P1, I'm learning, I've learned qualitative research very well for the very first time. To the, like the abstract words or constructs have been digested. And now I can stand in front of my students and teach them quantitative, the part you've taught. At least I can, because I'm very good in qualitative. If you want help in qualitative, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. My PhD was in qualitative, but I trust myself. The little I know, I can give you. But for quantitative, Prof, you are my mentor. I want to thank you. Operationalization, may God bless you. The stuff of using a scale. I used to hear scale, now scale. There is, yes. Bless him with life. The gift of life is the best. And then money, knowledge, wisdom, and everything. So the use of a scale, wow, brilliant. Randomization. I teach research somewhere, but this one of, you said that using random numbers where you randomize and get the sample is the hardest thing, right? Because you don't know whether the other one you'll pick will be the best, the other one you'll pick will be the best. So I need some explanation there, more explanation. Then there is, when you are here, you said, when you can find that you've given your survey, you are doing a survey, but you get people who are tired, and they will just say, because they quarreled with their wife, they will just say, no, 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 no. If it won't that affect your data as a quantitative researcher, then yes, fine. Won't that affect? And when I realize as a quantitative, I'm not good that side. As a quantitative researcher, I'm analyzing my data, I'm trying to manage my data and all that, and I discover that this one, no, 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 no. When it really shows that really this person was tired, do I consider that or not? Then the other, no, just sorry, one, the other one was, anyway, okay.
Thank you very
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor. It was a great presentation. Mine is a quick one. In presentation of your research, a number of times we are guided by the theoretical underpinning of our research and the a priori expectations of certain results. A number of times when you find your research is contravening the convention, it's always very difficult to convince other researchers that what is contradicting the expectation is valid. How do you go about that? Convince that purely the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded, but my result is showing contrary to that. How do we go about convince the other researchers that my findings are also valid? Sometimes contradicting the theory does not mean I am wrong. Thank you.
much. One, two more, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Dr. JB. Prof, in planning, I request you expound more on statement. That statement page usually limits us, and sometimes the wording or the number of words are calculated. they guide you. You may need to expound on it very deep, but because they want you not less than 200 words, you're limited. Then the very last one is on sample size, on testing for power. I think need also to come out very well because, for example, you have 3 sub-studies. One is on finite populations, one is on cross-sectional. Sometimes you're challenged a bit. I submit.
Thank you very much, Joseph from the Department of Mathematics and Statistics. Thank you very much, Prof, for the presentation. And I think this is where we always don't do well because I always lecture a course called Sample Survey Theory and Method. And this course is offered to undergraduates. And the way they take this course is just for passing exam. Most of them might not even be thinking about of using it after undergraduate. And I think a presentation like this or course like that should be presented to graduate students as they prepare for their research and what have you. Then on sample size, as many has been talking about here, one of the gist of that is that we talk about how to determine the sample size. And we all know that the more the sample size, the better the precision. And in most study, we are always measuring the precision of our data. And with that, we always attach issues like confidence interval in it, issues like power of the test into it, issues like constraint even in the fund. We can talk about the availability of the fund when you are collecting the data and what. But one thing as a mathematician that I always underscore is the issue of the survey. Because the response are always funny. Like this semester, I was teaching project 1. And in that project, I made a survey and I wanted to use data from students so that we are able to really understand how we do analysis, what type of statistical tests we are going to do. You will ask somebody, like one of the questions I was asking about the height of the student. I want the student to write the height. And I think in record, the shortest person was 132 feet. Yeah, I think. But you find somebody is even 100 feet, but you can't see those pygmies in this setting. So the authenticity of this survey, I think it needs a lot of attention to be put in. And people's willingness to also fill the survey, also, like you have already mentioned it. You might send a survey question and people are not in the mood. People are always even busy. They might not even give attention to that. And this makes our data bank actually very, very poor. Thank you very much.
Yes, Prof. Okay, thank you everyone for your feedback and suggestions and some of the questions that were raised here. Let me just respond quickly to. So should we consider splitting the modules? I'm hearing yes. But the nice nuance I heard in there was split it into 2 or 3 or whatever, kind of depends on the audience, what their level is at and how much they can absorb in one sitting. So that will be on you guys as trainers to look at who is your audience of people being trained and to go ahead and break these as you see into different pieces. We tried to put enough headings. You may have noticed we didn't explain them along the way, but some slides have orange on the top, some have green on the top. Those are good places where it can be split. Please feel free to split as you think is good. Some people answering the survey, no, 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 no. And the trouble is when that one comes in and the Likert questions are 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, you don't know that that's somebody who had a fight with the wife. It could just be somebody who disagrees with all of this stuff. It might be valid data. This is why it's the problem. Not that you've got all these answers that are all 1, 1, 1. Are they correct one or incorrect one? That's the problem. So we have to take steps to prevent this. And that way, if we get 1, 1, 1, 1, that's just the person who's very unhappy. That's good data. There was somebody who made the comment, sorry, I didn't keep track of where they came from. Basically, it was making the comment that doing iconoclastic research is difficult. Challenging the accepted norms is difficult. Hard to get that kind of stuff published. To which I will say, yes. Yes, it is hard to publish something that challenges. These guys who wrote this theory, that said the fundamental piece of economics is wrong had a hard time publishing that paper because none of the economics journals would publish it. How dare you challenge us like this? All the more reason to make sure that the research that you do has been done correctly. My constructs are clearly defined. My operational measures are very properly related to the abstract construct. My data has no biases, was collected correctly. I did the correct statistical analysis. All the assumptions that that analysis technique rests on, I tested them all. If you do your work meticulously, perfectly, they have to accept the assumption, the result, even if it's contrary to conventional wisdom. It's hard to publish things that are challenges, partly because they all think they're right, because all the previous studies said they were right. If you want to say they're wrong, that's okay. Just make sure that you're right. You have to do it perfectly. What's that saying? If you come at the king, you better not miss. If you're going to challenge the fundamental, you better be standing on even more solid ground. Somebody else asked about or suggested this idea of using this module's material for teaching students. And again, that came up in a previous module. Please do take the slides, use them as any way that you think is useful. If it's useful even for undergraduates, please do so. We had some more things around sample size and the survey. The last one was around the idea that the surveys may contain bias or that the data may have validity challenges. And that's a great observation. That's what the next module after T is going to do. We're going to talk about bias in the data set. Okay? Hey, monsieur. Mr. Mike.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, I just want to try to pick up on a few things I think that came up during Dave's presentation. And I just want to start off with one question, and then I'll let you know why I'm asking it. And this is both for the ECRs and for the trainers. How many people in the room completed their PhD within the last 5 years or will complete it within the next 2 years? How many? That's quite a few. Okay. So Dave mentioned that his best citation index was on a paper that was about a technical issue, and people pick up on that. How many people that put their hand up, how many of you included some sort of critical review of the literature in your PhD? Okay. So the broader field of study, did you include an assessment of what was going well, what wasn't going well, where research might go in the next 5 years? Yeah. Publish that. Your paper then becomes the cited paper in the introduction to somebody who's working on that. And it's one of the ways to get your citation index up if that's the game you wish to play. So you've already done a lot of the work. I mean, you're going to have to transform that into something that makes sense for a journal and find the right journal. But that's something that's really important. And it's a way to get your name out there and to build your constituency and your network. All of a sudden, you become the person who helped advance this area of research. The second part on that is Dave's advice about not taking risk as an early career researcher, I think, are bang on. But I know a lot of people that take an awful lot of risks during their PhD. And, that's a place to do it. So again, from your PhD, are there some pretty risky things, not personal, I hope, but pretty risky pieces of research that you can publish? And that's a time to do it. I think, if you're in that window, it's prime time. And the last thing I want to say is, again, in your research, how often did you include a piece on the theoretical underpinnings of your PhD? Is that common? The theoretical underpinnings, like where there's some theories that informs your research. And again, I think there's an opportunity here to put out a paper that is a standalone paper that is about how did you take these theories of abstraction and apply them in a particular context. And it's an incredible opportunity. It doesn't mean you have to be a theorist. It doesn't mean you're breaking new theoretical ground, but it shows how you, in fact, take the theory and rather than that just being some obscure piece of work, it now becomes something that guides your work. And there are journals that will publish that. And so the last thing I'll just ask, how many people in here know the name Foucault?
Okay, he's not big in Uganda. He's one of the most cited theorists around, and no one has read him. Okay, it's all secondary sources, and don't try to read them unless you want your brain to hurt. He's brilliant, but I mean, it's interesting, like, you know, and often like his work will become the foundation for other work. Thank you, folks. Just a few hints for the mentors and for the early career research.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much, Dave. Now we need to go to the last module, but before that, our queen dancer is in the house, and she's going to lead us into a dance. So, queen dancer, Doctor.
JB, the man himself. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, in my other life, yes, that's what I do. And I can see our very facilitator, he was seeing the moves he was making. So I think he's a break dancer for him. Thank you so much, Professor Dave, for that very powerful session. For that matter, I know we've all been seated, we might be tired. So we are going to do a small game. And this game is going to help us concentrate. And also it's going to help us to see the extent of our networking. In the morning when we came in, we were told we have to change positions. I don't know if you know the name of your neighbor. If you don't know, better know now. At least I know there is Keith in the house. Can Keith show up his hand? I know there is Mary. Can Mary show her hand? I know there is some Vincent somewhere. I know there is Price. So let's stand up. We are going to follow instructions. Sometimes it's good, to have also these small games. Make sure that you don't know only people who come from your university. If you're from UCU, make sure at least you've known someone from MAST. If you're MAST, you should know someone from Chambogo. So it is, this game is called Concentration is the Game. Dr. Whitmer, where are you going? Okay, it's called Concentration is the Game. So we are going to sing. And in this singing, you should be able to call the name of the person whom you've learned, who has become your friend, whom you've networked with today, okay? And also, you should also be able to call another person, but I've said not from the same institution, okay? So it goes like this. Concentration is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. So can we repeat? Concentration is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. And concentration is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration is the keep the rhythm if you can. So I will call a name. If I say Mary, Mary, so Mary, you're supposed to call another person. Then that other person will I will repeat. Concentration is the game. Okay? Are we together? So you must call a person from another institution. Because how are we going to create partnerships if we've not known each other? You remember that was our unit the other day? How do we create partnerships if we've not known each other? I hope you've exchanged phone contacts. I hope you've exchanged emails. You've known different research interests here from different colleagues. So we go. Okay. I want the queen dancers and the break dancers and everyone, Okay. Concentration is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration. Keep the rhythm if you Concentration is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration is the game. Keep the rhythm if you Vicent. No, you need for another. Okay, let's repeat. Okay. So if I call the person, first call another person. For example, you say Vero Vero, you quickly, you don't break the rhythm. Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Vero Vero. Don't put prof. We are using onre. Use only the quick name, the first name. Vero Vero. Kunda Kunda. You have called 2 times. Vero Vero. Then Kunda Kunda, you can call another one until it's me to again repeat. If I don't, okay? Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Asap, but Robert.
Jackie. Francis.
Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration, the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Osman.
Grace.
Otim.
Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Otim.
Miriam.
Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration is the keep the rhythm if you can. Concentration is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Price. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for your active participation. We go for the next.
Okay, we're going to begin directly. By this point, I think you must be very tired of seeing my face. I am delighted to see your face, but I'm tired of talking. You must be tired of listening. Okay, let's go. I realize now, so many good feedbacks we're getting from the pilot and many improvements that we can make to this. One of the things I've realized, and I'm very glad for, is this module, which is the last one for today, has much repetition with the previous one. So we're going to skip that. Okay, some material is repeated, and I think that was intentional because you as a trainer designing your workshop may decide, I want this module, but I don't want the previous one. I want B3, but not B2, in which case I need that repeated material. But since we're seeing everything, I'm going to skip some repeated material. The main thing that this one will talk about is this issue about surveys and the quality and the validity and the reliability of the data that you collect via surveys. How would you know about that? How would you deal with that? So jump straight in. This is where we are. Still on the doing the project, doing the research. I'm going to go. This one is also, you may decide to take some material or not take others. And I will repeat the confession or apology that I made earlier. We don't treat qualitative research data in this workshop yet. There needs to be another module added, and this one has the same problem. So here we're going to be talking about managing the data, but I will only talk about managing quantitative data. Managing qualitative data like interview transcripts and videos of case study things. I'm not talking about any of that kind of stuff. I'm not qualified to speak about that. So with that understanding of the limits, we'll talk a little bit about here, a little bit about survey design. And the important thing about survey design is if you are not careful, you will end up collecting biased data. You won't know that it's biased. It will look just like regular data. And when you run the statistics will still calculate an answer for you, but it won't be the truth and you won't know. So this is the danger. Okay, so if we're going to collect data by survey, we're trying to get the data. We're trying to get lots of data, many respondents, good statistical power, and we're trying to do that quickly and cheaply. And those are, of course, conflicting objectives. So there's going to be value judgments and decisions to be made there. Lots of trade-offs in the design of a survey. The one that we've already talked about is you may want to ask many questions and you scale questions for each construct, but then instead of asking about 3 constructs, now you are asking 36 questions because you have 12 questions scale for each one. That will cause respondent fatigue. They will give up halfway through the survey, in which case you have an incomplete response, which you can't use, or they will start lying on the survey, or when they see the survey and, oh my God, 36 questions or 108 questions, they won't even begin, in which case your response rate, the percentage of people that you ask who say, yes, I will do your survey, may be 5%. And you still need 300 answers, so now you're going to be asking thousands of people. So there are all trade-offs in the survey design. There is no right answer to any of these questions. It is your judgment. How much effort and how much money and time are you willing to spend in order to get data of what quality? So we want a good survey, one where we are getting people whose feelings on this issue, whose beliefs, whose thoughts, whose knowledge in reality is different, that their answers should show difference. The survey questions should discriminate between people. However much variation there is in the beliefs in the population should show up as different numbers on the survey. Otherwise, we're not going to detect those kinds of effects. And we want to make sure that what we're getting, the data we're getting, is the truth, that it is a reliable and valid measure of what that construct really is. So however we decide to ask about love, whatever the score is, should actually reflect how much love he feels. So those are the challenges we're trying to achieve in designing surveys. I think we skipped that one. Yeah. People think writing a survey is easy because it's very easy to write a bad one. You think up some questions, you write them down. Yeah, it's like, we should, this workshop, we should have our pre and post test survey of the attendees in this workshop. Okay, it's really easy to put some questions. Are they the right questions? Are they measuring the correct constructs? Are they doing so in a reliable and valid way? That's hard. And the difference is very large. Because it is so difficult to write a good survey, almost nobody does, myself included. If I look back now on previous studies that my data is via survey, I look back now at the questions I asked, how I worded the question, what sequence I asked the question, all of these things, I kick myself. That's a badly done survey. And I'm very aware of the issue. I have no excuse. So pity those people who don't even understand that the issue is there, because they will write surveys and they will think they are good. And they get data and they put it in the statistics and it gives an answer, but none of it is the truth. So Lots of things you can ask on a survey, whatever your study requires, whatever constructs you're interested in, what kinds of data. I was going to skip a few slides here because this is pretty elementary stuff. What I have in here, just for the, let me back up here, for the trainers who are going to use this on your own in the future, what this section does is say, here's some types of questions you might ask. So we could, for instance, ask a bunch of demographic questions. Those might be good for enforcing the sample frame. If they give the wrong answer to the question, kick them out of the survey. For each one, there's one slide saying what kind of information we want, and then the next slide is the things that can go wrong. For instance, if you're asking demographic questions, sometimes people will not tell you the truth because the question you're asking is a sensitive question. And that's culturally determined, but I'll use an example. For example, in Canada, you can ask me all kinds of things, but you can't ask me my salary. That's very sensitive in Canada. Other places in the world, hey, no problem, I make this much money. But don't ask me about my family, whether I like my brother. Or something. Huh? There are sensitive questions. And if you ask those, it's very difficult. There are some techniques you can use to get those answers to be more reliable. So for instance, in Canada, if I need to know how much money my respondent makes because income is one of the factors in my theory model, I would like to ask. So one way to do it is you don't put your name on the survey. Nobody but me will ever see this answer. After I do the calculations, I'm going to delete your survey. Nobody will ever know your income. If I give enough promises, maybe he will tell the truth. Still not sure, but better chance that he will tell the truth. Second one, you don't have to tell me exactly your salary, but you should tell me, is it between 5,000, 10,000, 10,000, 20,000, 20,000, 50,000? Because he might not want to give me the exact number, but he will put a range. Still not perfectly clear. You're not asking me to undress completely, only partly. Huh? And the last one, and this one is a little sneaky, the sensitive question, ask them last. Put it the last one on the survey. Because if the survey has 36 questions on it, after you already spent 15 minutes answering 35 questions, and now you're going to give up just because I asked income, I won't know. The survey will still be thrown, but it will be your time wasted. Isn't that sneaky? So for each one, there's a few of these. If you can ask questions that are asking about skills and knowledge, and here's some of the problems that might have, ways of fixing it. You might ask about their knowledge about past events, different ways of asking the question so that there's a better chance of getting the truth. So that's what this section is about. Do you like my shirt? Do you think this is a nice shirt? Yeah, he says it is. Thank you. Yeah, of course he says it is. What's he going to do? To my face, he's going to say, Dave, you have a... Right? But if my research requires knowledge of, is my shirt good? I need to know, but I can't ask him that question because he won't tell me the truth. Right? How will you get a response, a true response? Ask it indirectly. Don't ask him about my shirt. Ask him about what things make a shirt good in your view, and hope that he says stripes. But I never asked them to judge me. Right? So when you're asking questions, you have to think about all the reasons that a respondent might not feel comfortable to tell you the truth. Sometimes they won't want to tell you the truth because I like your shirt. Sometimes they won't tell you the truth because they're worried that the truth will be antisocial. Sometimes they won't tell you the truth because they don't know the truth themselves. Some people don't know what they believe. So it's not that they don't want to embarrass me. They don't want to embarrass themselves by showing me that they don't even know their own mind. So you need to give some thought to how will a person possibly object to this question? How could they possibly not tell me the truth? And change how you ask the question so that you can still know what the data is, but never ask that question. Okay. All right, so the next thing I want to talk about is biases. So even if you have questions that you think people will answer that question, it's not an embarrassing question, you're not asking them about anything illegal or anything like that. Good questions. And you think they truly measure your abstract construct. So they're good operationalization. So go and ask these questions. There are a whole other things that will change the answer. And I said earlier on, for instance, if you ask the question in this order, 6 questions, and then if different survey, you ask the same 6 question, but a different order, different sequence, you will get different answers. So these are some of these biases, and I want to show you some tables here. You will have these in the slides, so you can look at them at your leisure. But let me tell you what the tables are saying. There's a whole category of survey biases that are due to the fact that it's the same person answering the questions. It's the common rater. So if I ask, what do you think about this? And then I ask, what do you think about that? And what do you think about that? And I'm all asking the same guy. He's going to give me answers that have high correlation because it's the same guy. Well, we expect some correlation, but it will be inflated. It will be higher than it should be because he will try to make himself look rational. How can I answer high on this question and then answer low on that question? It will look like I'm crazy. So I will lie on the second question and give it a higher. I give 5, I think 3, but I will say 4. To make myself appear consistent. We already said that when we use scales, we might ask 6 questions that are all measuring the same construct, just in different way of measuring it. How many times you get her gifts, how close you stand to her, all those love measures. If you put those questions all together on the survey, the respondent will go, oh, you're trying these, don't fool me. These are all the same. This one you're asking gifts, this one you're asking hand holding, this one you're all asking love. You're not smarter than me. And so they will make the answers all the same. But maybe the answers aren't the same. Maybe he buys many gifts, but distance. But he won't answer that way. So there are a bunch of these where this is the bias that might happen. This is the one I said earlier. If I'm in a bad mood, all of my answers will be colored by that. I had a fight with my wife, all of my questions get a lower score. So there's those ones, biases that can appear in the data for these reasons. And you won't know that it happened because all you will see is 5, 3, 4, 2. It's just numbers. There'll be no way to know that this problem has happened. No way to detect that it has happened. Those are ones that happen because of a common rater. There are ones that happen. Oh, sorry, forgot about this. For each one that I'm going to show you, there's a way to try to prevent it from happening. If it happens, you cannot tell, you cannot fix it. So the only thing we do is try to prevent it from happening in the first place. So for instance, I said this one, if you ask all the love questions together, they will make the answers all the same. So don't ask them all together. Ask the gift question at the top of the survey. Ask the how much time together question at the end of the survey. They should still come to a same score, but now the person answering won't know that they're supposed to be the same, and so they will tell you the truth. So for each of these biases, I have a slide that says what you might do to try to change this, to try to prevent that. Those are the ones because it's a common rater. If you ask this question and this question of the same guy, you will get biased in the answers. There are biases that happen not because of who's answering the question, but because of how you worded the question, how you phrased the question. The example that I use is if you are surveying Americans and you ask a question that says, should such a thing be allowed? They will say yes. Freedom! So let's say you ask it on a 1 to 5 scale. How much do you believe this thing should be allowed? And the American guy says, yes, complete, total agree. So if a different question, if I ask, should this thing be banned? You would expect them to say 1, but he won't. He'll give a different answer. One of those will be the true answer and one will be colored by the fact, freedom. So the same question, how you word it, will get a different answer. The most common one in my thing is this, social desirability. If you ask a question which has some kind of social value embedded in it, people will lie. They won't do it on purpose. They won't even know that they've done it, but they will give the answer that is socially acceptable. I will not give you an answer that makes me look like a bad guy, even if I really am a bad guy. Yeah, I'm a complete misanthropic, socially antisocial, blah, blah, SOB. But I won't say that on the survey. I don't want you to think badly of me. What do you think of this? Oh, I think that's fine. So these are all biases that can happen because of how you've worded the question. Like maybe you've worded the question in a way that could be read different ways. Different people misunderstand what the question is. So this is all biases because of how you word the question. And here are things that you can do to try to fix those, to prevent it from happening. I should say that to prevent it. You can't fix it if it happens. You won't even know that it happened. So you do these kinds of things to change your survey before you let it out there. Change how you word the question. Change the sequence that you ask the questions. These are the ones about context, how you ask the questions. For instance, and I see this sometimes, I have a survey that in my model, there are 3 constructs, A and B cause C. That's my theory. So I have a section on A. I have a bunch of questions that are asking A, measuring A. Then I have a section on B, a bunch of questions that are asking about B. Some people put heading in the survey. These are the questions about A. These are the questions about B. If you put those headings in the survey, you will bias the answers. Because, oh, these ones are all in the same section. I should give similar answer. If I give a low answer to the first one, I should give a low answer to all of them. So you should mix them up. You should not put all the A questions together. You should randomize the sequence of them. So all of this kind of stuff. Short answers allow memory of past responses. How long is the question text? If the question text is long, well, they might get tired and reading it and give a bad answer. If the question is short, they will give a good answer, but they will still remember what they answered to the previous one, and that will change their answer. You see how many problems there are to get truth in a survey? Things that you can do to fix that. Then there's this one called common method variance. This is you get similar answer from this question to this question, not because it's the same fellow answering, but because you're asking the question in the same way. Asking question about A and you're asking question about B, and they were both asked by a survey. Same survey, same date, same place, common method. You could have asked question A on a survey and got question B by observation. Different method. Or you could have got question A on a survey on Monday and then on Tuesday asked them question B. Both are surveys, but if you ask them both on survey on the same day, same context, same everything, that will cause the answers to be more similar than the truth is. It will bias the answers. I think I'll skip that. The solution to that is don't ask them by the same method. Change the timing, change the location, change the medium, ask one question on paper, ask the other question on a computer, something like that. Now you can see already, I can see you're thinking that gets complicated, which means it takes time, which means it costs money. Yeah. That's what it costs to get the truth. If you don't do that, you might not have the truth and you won't know. There's no way to tell whether the survey data is biased or not. Did this common method variance infect your data or not? Fortunately, of all the biases that I have on this tables here, this is the only one that you can detect afterwards. You can't fix it. If it's there, it just means throw data away and start again. But at least you can find out that it does exist. Which is the next slide. Sorry, one slide out of order here, so something to fix, another pothole we found, but I might as well mention this. Some people will put in their surveys, you know, this problem of, I answered yes, I answered yes, I answered yes, I'm tired, I'll just keep answering yes. That's one of the possible biases. One of the ways of detecting that one is in amongst this long set of questions, which are measuring your constructs, put one extra question. You don't really care the answer. but it's one where they would give a very specific answer. Like, are you honest? Everybody's going to say yes. Put it in a list of questions where the person is probably saying no, 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 because if they're sleepy, they will say no. And now you know, this guy was sleepy, he was not paying attention, throw his survey away. Right? Here's a long question. It's too long to read. I'm tired. It's question 37 already. All I know, it says something about popular sports, so I'll pick football. But the question says, don't pick the answer, pick the third one. So anybody who doesn't say cheese rolling, throw their survey away. They weren't paying attention. Okay, here's what I wanted. How you detect common method variance. You can spot it. It happens because you're measuring the things the same way. You could try to prevent it by mixing up the questions, changing the order, changing the timing, things like that. But there is a mathematical way of detecting this. The most common way that people, first of all, many people don't even worry about this. And in the C-level journals, they'll probably let you get away with that. Your questions appear to be good, valid. You're reusing scales from the previous literature, fine, blah, blah, blah. They'll be happy. B-level journals will say, what about common method variance? How do you know whether that infected your data or not? Because all of your data comes from a paper survey. Good, that's why they're a B journal. They ask the tough questions. And so then you can do something called Harman's single factor test. And I'm not going to teach that. You can look that up. It's a kind of factor analysis thing. And it says if this thing works out to be too big, it must be that there's common method variance in your data. So to be a little bit sophisticated, you do Harman's test. But it turns out that's actually not a very good test. But people who are expert in statistics of this stuff, it turns out not to be very good. There are better tests here. They are hard. This is easy to do. Probably your statistics software, SPSS or whatever you are, one of those softwares, one button will do that. These ones take a little bit of work. So I have to get my statistics friend to do it for me. If you want to publish in the best journals, they will demand that. The C journals won't even worry about common method variance. B journals will be happy with the Harman's test. The A's will demand that you do something like that. Because that's the only bias of all these bias on the table. That's the only one that can be detected after the fact. Can't be fixed. If you have common method variance, throw the data away, start over. You should have designed your survey better. One of the other things that we do is triangulation. One of the ways to get around common method variance is don't use the same method. So measure some things by survey, some things by observation, some things by interview, something by a physical test. Think about how you can measure pieces of your model, your operationalizations in different ways. Surveys are easy, so everybody does it. They're easy, they're cheap, but they don't get you very good data. So sometimes mix it up. The gold standard, multi-trait, multi-method. For every construct that I want in my model that I need data for to test my hypothesis, I'm going to measure it in several ways, several questions, some of which will be on a survey, some of which will be in an interview, some of which will be in a test, some of which will be via some third-party data source. Measure it in multiple ways, multiple times. That's expensive. That's time-consuming. How good are you willing to pay for? It's another one of those judgment calls. Where are we here? Okay. Now, the next section, I don't think maybe we'll do one here. I have a few examples where I put up in green question that somebody might put this on a survey. And if you understand the issues of this module, you will be able to say, why is that a bad question? That's a terrible question to put on a survey. Why do you think? He's already smiling. What's wrong with this question? Oh, sure. Driving while drinking is illegal. Yeah. Okay. But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, have you ever done it? Okay. So let's do this one live. Never mind the drinking and driving. Have you ever broken a traffic law? Eh? Everybody's broken a traffic law. Almost everybody has stolen something once in their life. Might have been something very small, might have been a candy when you were a child. Yeah, I took it from the friend's house or something. Yeah, good question to ask if you want to measure somebody's honesty. You can't ask, are you honest? Because everybody will say yes. Ask them, did you ever steal something? And if they say no, you know they're a liar. Everybody stole something. Huh? But what's wrong with this question? Perhaps I need to know, like this might be a good measure of an important construct in my model. I have to collect this data. I'm going to ask a question, but not this one. Why not? What's wrong with this question? People will lie. Why will they lie? Yeah. Okay, so, oh, very good. Yeah. First of all, it's redundant. Yeah. But over here, they don't want to tell, they will lie because they don't want to tell the truth because it's embarrassing. Huh? But I still want to know, did they ever do this? I promise I won't tell anybody. I won't tell your spouse. I won't tell the police. I won't tell it. Please tell me the truth. They still won't tell you. So then you have to think, how can I change this question in a way that makes it possible for them to tell you the truth without being embarrassed? And that we do for every question on the survey. How could somebody possibly not tell me the truth? So maybe it might be that it's embarrassing. There's a whole bunch of them here. I won't go through the rest of them. Yeah. Do you agree it's a waste of money? Well, you've biased the question because you've already phrased it as waste of money. It's very clear that I think it's a waste of money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked it that way. So now they want to answer to agree with me. So there's a bunch of examples here, and you can pick whether you want to use any of these or not. Right? How much time do you spend reading the newspaper? Come on, it's 2024. Nobody reads newspaper anymore. They read website. So lots of examples here. Pick as many as you want. All right. Okay. So the exercise that comes in this module is to give the participants, the ECRs, here is a survey. Tell me what's wrong with it now. Now you know about all these biases. Critique this survey. This example that I have here is not a good example. Replace it. This example is a completely fictitious survey, which is full of, yeah, you like this one? The survey is full of completely stupid questions. It's not a real survey. But you can go into pick a paper from your discipline, one of your journals, and often the paper will show the survey questions at the back of the paper. Go and find one, give it to the students. Look at this survey. What's wrong with it? And it's supposed to be good. This one was published. And you will, I guarantee, whichever one you pick, there will be flaws. These biases will be there. So it's good to help to train the students to spot them. Oh, this question is making an assumption. Oh, this question is next to this question. So of course they will answer them the same. This question has a hidden social value buried in it. So of course they're going to say yes. To practice that skill with these students, because as you are good at spotting and critiquing the errors of others, you become sensitized and be able to spot the errors in yourself. Huh? All right, we're trying to wrap up here, right? Okay, so I'm going to skip this section. I just want to spend a few minutes to touch on. Once you've written the survey and tested it, did a few pilot tests with people, that you're going to throw the data away. You just want them to do it and tell you that I didn't understand this question, or then you're going to test for common method variants and all that stuff and revise and iterate until you have a survey that you think has no flaws. Then you're going to go and run it. You need to collect the data and manage that data. So I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff here. You could do it on paper. You could print off a bunch of surveys and stand in the corner, and random mall intercept is the official phrase. Stand at the corner and every seventh person ask them. You will get all kinds of crazy answers. You can do it online. There are a bunch of websites, some of which you have to pay for, some of which are free, some of which are free for like your first 100 respondents, and after that you pay us, where you can put the survey up, very sophisticated, easy survey design. You can tell it things like if they answer question 7, yes, send them to question 11. But if they answer it no, send them back to question 9. You can make it quite sophisticated like that. And it just shows up on a web page. So you can have something that, you know, mail it out on your social media. Hey, I'm doing a survey. Here's the link. We've already talked about sampling, so I'll skip this. This is some of this stuff that is a repeat from the previous module. We already know about unit of analysis, sample frame, who are we going to ask, screening who can answer the survey by asking them the demographic questions that confirm they are within the sample frame. Yeah, this is all duplicated stuff. Then we're going to go and start recruiting people. How will you get people to answer? You can screen out the people who don't match your sample frame with questions, but that assumes that you got people to work with. How do you get people into the funnel before you start filtering them? How do you recruit them? Are you going to put messages out on your social media? Are you going to start hanging posters up around campus? What? So you need some kind of strategy to get these, and recruitment is difficult. Collecting data is the hardest part of this quantitative empirical research. Designing a good instrument, designing a survey with no biases in it is hard. That takes a lot of more thinking than you might suspect. And we now know a few of the reasons why. But even when you have a perfect survey, it's hard to get anybody to answer. So getting a response rate, I would kill for a response rate of 20%. I send out surveys and get a response rate of 7%. Okay, that means I just have to send out 2,000 of these things. I better have a long mailing list. I have a list of 2,000 people's email address. And I send out and I get back like 50 surveys, but that's enough. I can do my statistics. All the different ways we might try getting people to answer the survey. If you have it, so I'm just mentioning this in passing because there isn't a slide for this. Maybe we should add one. If you have a very low response rate, you have to worry that maybe only the weirdos answered my survey. Only 7% of people did my survey. Those must be the 7% of people who have nothing better to do. People with rich, interesting lives don't answer. So in top journals, they will ask, the reviewers will ask, oh, I notice your response rate is kind of low there. Do you have a theory of non-response? Which is, why do you think only some people answered and most people did not? And does that reason cause any bias in your data? Like if you go down and do a mall intercept survey on a Monday at 2 p.m., you will not get any working people because they're all at work. Does that matter to your sample frame? So this theory of non-response, and then you have to prove that your non-response has not colored or biased your data. Okay, skip a little bit here. You get data, people answer. If it's paper-based, you have a problem because now you have all these pieces of paper and somebody has to transcribe those to electronics so you can do statistics. Some student has to read the survey and type it into Excel. How do you know they don't make a typo? How do you know they don't mistranscribe the data? So you better keep the paper ones because if ever that something funny happens, you have to go back to the original source. Where will you store the paper? You might need to find it 5 years later. So you get these kinds of problems. How will you do that? If it's electronic, you're running on one of those sites, one of those survey hosting sites, you close the survey, it downloads an Excel file for you. You need to store that and keep track. Maybe you need to do some conversions of the file and things. Yeah, this one happened to me. One of the techniques sometimes people will do, this attention check. How do I make sure that the guy isn't just going, yes, 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 yes? On one of the questions, which is measuring the same thing. So one of the questions of the scale, ask the question backwards. Instead of should they be allowed to do this, ask them, should they be prevented to do this? And then when you're scoring, you count this one, this one, this one, this one, you score it reverse. If they said 5, you record 1. If they said 4, you record 2. Yeah, you ask the question, it's reverse scored. You asked it in reverse fashion as an attention check. And then you have to remember to unreverse the data. Yeah, but 2 years later, when you're still revising this paper and the reviewer says, can you redo this one calculation? Will you remember which question was reverse scored? And if you do, will you remember now this Excel file that I have, there it is, question 7, that it says 2. Is that the original answer or is that the corrected answer? It's very easy to lose track of this stuff. And if you lose track of it, now you have no data. You have to store the data somewhere. You don't want to lose it. What happens if your computer crashes? It took you 2 years to get this data set. And the data is so valuable. I said that earlier. If you have good data, everybody is your friend as a researcher. What happens if your computer crashes? You have to back it up. Okay, I'm going to back it up on some Google Drive or something. My university, my ethics department will jump on me if I say that. Google Drive is not secure. That's people's private data. You can't do that. So somehow you have to store it. I think the last point I'm going to talk about here, because we're just slightly over time here, is about data cleaning. You ask people to do this, you get this data set back. For me, it's usually as an Excel file where all the columns are the questions and the rows are the different people who answered. And in the cell is their score, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah? You get this thing. First thing to do is make a backup copy of the original data where nothing has been touched and put that somewhere safe. Because guaranteed somewhere along the way, we're going to mess up and need to go back to it. Next thing, ornery responses. Is that a common word here, ornery? Somebody who's being difficult deliberately. I'm just an ornery fellow. I'll make your life difficult. Some people have fun messing up your survey. And you won't know who they are, but they will have put answers there deliberately to cause you trouble because it entertains them. Internet trolls. So I'll show you some examples here, what I'm talking about. Here's my question, Likert scale. Good questions, right? And let's say this one is on paper. You do a paper-based survey with Likert questions like this, and there are people who will answer that. What number are you going to put in the Excel? 4, 5, 4.5? What? What about this fellow? He said 5, but then he crossed it out and said 4. But then he said 5 again. Which is his answer? What about this one? He didn't circle anything. Should you throw away his survey? My response rate is only 20%. I can't be throwing these away. Or this one. What will you do? If you accept 6, you have now artificially reduced the response of everybody who said 5. What do? Throw it away? Last one. They circled one, good, but they changed the label. They reworded the question. She's laughing. Every one of these has happened to me. These are true stories. All right, you get your Excel spreadsheet. This is an Excel spreadsheet from one of my studies. Here's the different question numbers, and here's the scores that people gave, except the people who sometimes skip the question. Okay? Okay, good. Okay, so we'd linger on that slide. I'm trying to go fast, but let's talk about this one for a second. All of those ornery answers, you could throw that guy's survey away. That will be painful. I don't want to throw away any data because all the other answers might be good. So maybe so I could throw the whole survey away, or I could throw away just his answer on that question, leave it blank, or I could try to impute an answer. He said 6, I'll mark down 5. Yeah? But that's not what he said. Now this is your answer, not his answer. Okay? What are you going to do for the next fellow who said 5? Do they both believe the same or the first one believes more? And how will you do that? If you think the first one believes more than the next guy who said 5, you're going to write 4. Where does it end? Once you're willing to tamper with what he said, where do you stop? So you have a choice. And in that case, I already presented 4 options. delete the whole survey, delete the question, change him to 5, or change everybody else. Which one you choose is up to you. There's no right answer. It's a judgment call. There's no good thing to do here. Like, mathematically, the best thing to do is throw away the survey. But now you have less response rate. The only thing I will say is the reviewer will want to know what you chose and why. So you can say, I decided, let me go to this slide because the same issue comes up. Here's one with a bunch of questions, right? There are, 14 questions. And this fellow answered 13 of the 14 questions, but he didn't answer question 3. Could I throw away his entire survey? No, I don't want to do that. So what can I do? Leave it blank? That depends on the statistical analysis I plan to do. Some statistical techniques are tolerant of missing data, so you just leave it blank. Some are not, in which case I now have to make a choice to either say, when you make that statistical calculation, omit this guy. And some software will do that. It will omit anybody with missing data. Or I will put a number in there. I will impute a value. How will I do that? There's a couple of different techniques for that. The easiest one is I will calculate what is the average score for everybody on that question, and I will give him the average score. Does that sound good? It's easy, and it fills in the missing data, which means I get to keep that survey. A more sophisticated technique will say, what is question 3 asking? Question 3 is part of the scale for measuring construct A. I won't give him the average of everybody's question 3 because he's not like them on the other questions. Why should he be like them on this one? What I will do is give him an answer here that is the same as all his other construct A questions. So I will take the average of those questions, which is these ones, which is 5, 5, 5, 5. So I'm putting a 5 there. Okay? All different techniques, and I'm not going into them in depth here. I'm just pointing out that you get ornery responses and you get missing data, and you have to decide. Throw away the whole survey, throw away just that question, or try to fill it in with something good. All of which are risky, all of which is your judgment to decide, but you will have to defend your choice to the reviewer who will say, what did you do about the missing data? Normally, you would write that in your paper. My data set, I ended up with 97 responses, which was a response rate of 22%. Of those 97, 8 had missing data, and those values were imputed by using this technique. Something, you have to deal with the issue. Yeah, I think I can skip this. We can talk about that one. Yeah, okay. So last point to make here. The last way that you sometimes get ornery or problematic data is outliers. So here I have graphed the relationship between 2 of the variables, 2 of the questions that were asked. What do I do about this guy? Do I throw his survey away? Maybe this is the guy going, no, 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 no. That's why he's here. I should throw him away. Or not. Maybe he's an unusual person who represents a niche minority group in the population that has never been discovered before. This might be the tip of an entire discovery. And you were going to throw him away. You should throw away everybody else. This might be the totally new thing. It might be. Such things happen. How will you know? There's no good answer for this. So one thing is, the rest of the analysis, I was testing some relationship here, A causing B. Does it matter? How sensitive is it? So maybe I'll do my statistical calculations once by deleting him, see what answer I get, and do it again with him in the data and see if the answer changes or not. If it doesn't change, probably I would take him out and publish my paper. If the answer changes a lot, I would leave him in and write a different paper. That whatever is weird about this guy appears to have a great effect on my theory, and that has not yet been studied. And a future study should look at this. If life gives you lemons, you should make lemonade. Yeah, here's an example. It might be garbage or it might be a diamond. That's one of the things I say with students. If you see a diamond, a raw, uncut diamond, has anybody ever seen an uncut diamond? It looks like a rock. It doesn't look sparkly. It looks like a stupid rock. You would just leave. How would you know? This might be one. It looks like a problem, but it might not be. It might be. It might totally be a problem, but it might not be. Don't be too quick to dismiss it. Okay, truncated samples, I don't think will do. Okay, so that gets us to this. So this module is saying, after you've done all those things to collect the data, you design the right operationalization, you put all those into questions in a survey and design a survey in a way that doesn't have biases. And then you sampled the correct people and recruited them. You got a big enough sample size. Now you have enough data. Now you run the statistical calculations. It comes back with a value and it says the value is 7, P equals 0.03, which means you can believe the answer. 7. And then you have to say, well, now 7, does that mean my research question, the answer is yes or no? How does this, so that's all what we said before. And this is what do you do to take this data and clean it up enough that you can do that analysis? Fix the ornery responses, fix the missing data, fix the outliers, and then run the statistic and get an answer. And you hope that you designed it in a way that the statistic actually answers what the research question has asked. Which is more important, gender or education? 7. Don't make that mistake. Okay, so that's it. JB, here?
Yeah, it is here.
There he is.
It is here. So
all right, so let's do the wrap up of the
thank you very much. Each one has a notebook like this, okay? So if you have a comment, just get one sheet from there and write your comment or question. I am collecting them. Where do I start from? Just write your comment down and say, maybe this thing was too long. Thank you very much. You are not writing, my sister. And yet I am about to start collecting. You don't want to miss the exam. Any feedback, any questions, any comments, please note it down. I'm picking the piece of paper so that we take that feedback. We improve this module. Yes. That one is being written. It's still empty. What happened? You're still thinking about the answer. It's a question, not an answer. Mariam, friend of mine. Yes, the comment is coming. Prof, the feedback is coming. I could add you another bottle of water. We've really stressed you a little bit this afternoon. And tomorrow it is someone's turn. Him. Okay. Mike, we're just backbiting. Yes, is it this one? Any feedback? Any? You've written something there. Very good. You.
The speed has been much needed to look at. Yeah. So just while these coming in, I will deal with some things as they come along. This is another module which has too much content for the available time because we're trying to cover everything with you people all in 5 days, 4.5 days. When you are doing this on your own, you are empowered, your judgment, choose which modules you want, within the module, which topics you want, within the topic, which slides you want. You can change it. We tried to design things. That's why there's repetition here. You can use them independently as you see fit. So however much time you have in your workshop, just choose the material you want. More, okay. Okay. Yeah, statistical power versus sample size is still confusing. Yes, I accept that. I did not do a good job of explaining that. Let me try to pass the responsibility. Google it. There's lots of information on websites on how to choose sample size. Statistical techniques for qualitative data. There are such things. There are techniques that work with all forms of data, not just this quantitative numeric data. I don't know about them. There are other people who know about those. Elaborate more on outliers. I'm not sure what would you like to know. My thinking on outliers is, so some people's thinking on outliers is they are always a problem, just delete them. go and collect some more data, get rid of the outlier responses. I don't agree with that. In general, I would say, think about the outliers. If it's not the subject of your study, then see whether they're affecting your result or not. If they affect your result, delete them. If they don't make a difference, keep them. But if you are going to throw them away, remember they were there because they might be this diamond. They might be this tip of an iceberg. This is too many papers. Okay. Yeah. Help with how to use each of triangulate, extrapolate, conceptualize, expand. Yeah, okay, we need to elaborate on that. Okay. How would I, okay, good one. I made this observation that you should think about the sequence that you ask questions on a survey. And somebody is saying, how would I tell the question falls in a given section if the questions are mixed up? So, we maybe have several questions about construct A and then several questions about construct B. And I said, don't do your survey like that because it will artificially make those answers too similar, mix them up. So this is saying, well, now the respondent gets this survey and won't know which questions belong together because they're not in the same section. And I say, good, they shouldn't know they belong together. Let them answer them independently, and we will then see whether they truly answer them the same or not. So that's the whole point of asking a scale question, is to ask the same construct through many questions where they don't know that it's the same construct. So you will find out whether they have a consistent answer. If you ask them all together, you will get a consistent answer, but that might be a bias just because they were lazy or sleepy or whatever. But if you mix them up, okay, very good.
Thank you very much. I asked that question on purpose. Now, that is to the respondent. But now me who generated the question, I would want them systematic. So how would I?
Okay, I misunderstood the question. So we have this scenario where question 1, 2, 3 are all about construct A. On the survey, I should not ask them in the order 1, 2, 3. I should sprinkle them around so the respondent won't know that they belong together. But in my data set, they do belong together. So, unfortunately, if you use this survey hosting software that I talked about, Qualtrics, SurveyMonkey, Hosted Survey, those places, they can handle this because you will tell the software, this is question 1, this is question 2, this is question 3. When you give me the Excel file, put them together. But when you show the respondent the survey, mix them up and it will mix them for you. The other way is the hard manual way, is that you will have to look at the Excel answers and say, all right, what was question 1 on the survey was actually really belonging with question 7. So I better move those columns together. It's very tedious. It's very easy to make a mistake, get a student to do it. But better to use the software, and the software will know how to randomize the questions, but keep track of which ones they really belong with. Secondary data with missing data. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it was primary data or secondary data. Now it's just data and it's in your Excel file. Where it came from doesn't matter. It's just missing data. So you would hope, especially if you're paying money for this access to this database, there shouldn't be missing data in it. They should have fixed it already. But if it's there, you handle it in the exact same way. You either have to delete that row, the whole survey, or you will skip that question, and any statistic that needs that question, you will not include that person for. The statistics software that I use, they call that deleting list-wise and deleting pair-wise. List-wise means anybody who's got a blank missing data, delete the row. Pair-wise means only delete the row if the calculation you are currently doing needs that number. Or you impute a number. You put a number in there, the average, the something, have a reason for it. Same thing if it's secondary data that you got from somebody else's data set, same issue. It doesn't change the issue. You deal with it in the exact same way.
Kindly elaborate a little bit more on outliers.
Yeah, didn't we just do this one? Yeah, so decide whether the thing that they are an outlier on matters to your research question. If it's a minor thing, just delete them, just skip it. If it's not a minor thing, you better include it. And then maybe you can have a section in your write-up in your paper saying there was a sensitivity, there's a minority of people who have this, and it affects the result. And therefore, my conclusion, which is we're talking about first thing tomorrow morning, drawing conclusions in the data, you will now have an extra paragraph in your conclusion saying, our study has tested this and has shown that this is related to that. And then you have paragraphs saying, except for some people, it's not. There are some outliers, and that suggests an additional factor that is not in our model, and we propose to do that in our next study.
Grace, I'm looking for Grace. Yes. This question is too professional that
so, Professor, a scenario whereby that appears to be the same, like monocoloniality.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you well.
I'm saying at times there's that looks similar.
Yeah.
It's called monocoloniality. How do you handle such data?
Oh, multicollinearity. Oh, okay. Yeah. So now we're getting into very technical stuff. There are a few things that can happen in your analysis. And the one he's raising is called multicollinearity, where you have asked questions that are too similar, which are meant to be measuring different things. In a scale where I have 4 questions that are all measuring love, we would expect those 4 answers to be highly correlated. Of course, they're all measuring the same abstract concept. You would ideally have perfect correlation. But the questions that are asking about construct A and the questions they're asking about construct B should not be correlated. Sometimes the data turn out that you have because the questions have been badly worded. So one of the reasons you get this multicollinearity is because what are supposed to be 2 separate independent variables, A and B, you've asked the questions in a way that makes them look too similar. It's a big topic of how to fix this. The short answer of how to fix it is delete one of the questions. Replace it with a different way of measuring the same thing. So multicollinearity, the other ones you didn't ask about endogeneity, and you didn't ask about heteroskedasticity, right? Which is the error in the measurement is correlated with the value of the measurement, right? That's why in my field, you're not allowed to do regression equations anymore. You have to do structural equation modeling because it explicitly measures or estimates the error of measurement. And this is getting way too complicated for me, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of other more advanced stuff. Well, I think in this workshop where we tried to aim was because we knew the audience would be some master's students, some current PhD students, some recent graduates, and some established, is how to go from very basic level research to kind of medium level. It's good solid research and can get into good international journals. But these kinds of issues is when you're trying to get into the A-star level of journals where you have to deal with these things. So is that good enough? You've asked the question that I can't answer. You're going to embarrass me, so I'm trying to dodge the question.
Thank you very much, Dave. Let's give Dave flowers as he takes his seat. Flowers. Thank you very much, Prof. You can take your seat briefly. Julie, there is a question for you. Please come over. Just one. Don't worry, you'll be okay. So the question says, a very exciting module. We need a repeat of this so that we are comfortable passing on this information to others. Is this possible? That is the question. And then after that, you can send us home.
Why not? That's your question is not clear.
This person is saying, no, was it not? we have not yet internalized this regression analysis and the outlier effect, right? And the randomization. Is it possible for us to have a repeat of this so that we can go and help other early career research?
And I've said, why not? If we are able to create more time, we can be able to do that. But maybe one thing that we didn't say, all this is being captured on video. And of course, you already have the resource materials with you on the Google Drive. Hopefully, everyone can be able to access the drive. So we will upload these on each day in the YouTube and we'll share again with you. But I think for even further consultations, of course, Dave is available. Yeah. So anyone that would want, but of course, if we are able to push on into, we can have a repeat, why not? So tomorrow is another exciting day, fully packed, fully packed. So please prepare, don't miss. It's a more exciting day on sharing research. Now that you have gained all these skills, you've been able to write the grant, you've been able to manage the grant, you created the partnerships, you've designed, you've done all that, you've theorized, you have your data, you have everything ready now. Yeah. What next? Share what you have been in the kitchen cooking. We've been cooking. So we now need to know and whether you put the right spices, you put enough salt, depending on the audience. So I think that's about also another very, very impactful session tomorrow. Of course, we know we need the world out there to know. So we need to learn that. So it's another exciting session. So we expect you to come in time. And of course, if you come in time, today, I apologize, we're interrupted by the power, but sorted now that this university engineer affirmed will be safer. Unfortunately, the generator also for this was down. So that's why it took us long. So let's come early. We come early, we'll be able to cover a lot. It will be another more exciting event. And of course, allow me, we need to appreciate ourselves also. We've been appreciating only the facilitators. You've been here seated, attentive, and let's clap for ourselves for being very good trainers of trainers. Thank you. So on the schedule, the dinner that is indicated there is for our visitors with the top management of Chambogo. So I apologize. We will leave you out, but we have to use this opportunity as the hosts to know these visitors deeper, to network, yes. So we'll end our session here. And as we've been doing the practice, we started the day with God. He has taken us through. So we request for any other volunteer. JB? To lead us in a closing prayer. Remember, we are being trained as trainers. So if you feel you're still someone has a question? Yes. Okay. Dr. Amanda wants to lead us in a closing prayer since Olive is there, hesitant.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Father in heaven, we thank you so much for this session. We thank you for our trainers. We thank you for what we have learned, and help us to put it into practice. And also amid this help us to know you more and draw our hearts closer to you, that we may recognize you as the creator and the author of this knowledge that is being displayed. Guide us, and we declare that our journeys are safe wherever we are going, and that tomorrow the session is blessed in Jesus' name.
Amen. That is Dr. Amanda from Biological Sciences. Please network, just run around, think around, visit those websites and see what codes we can work on together. Let us be available. I thank you. Have a beautiful evening. Safe travel home. Our rapporteurs, please, we need the daily feedback. Dr. Please, you can leave behind your tags so that you don't forget them home. And even your timetable, you can leave them also there.